Well, good morning, welcome to Cheltenham. And it's the last time we're going to say that until next year, which is a real pity. Because Gloucestershire love coming here. It's been Dan Whiting's first festival, and I think he might be back. I think he's quite enjoyed it, really. Haven't you?
I've had a wonderful time, Ian. I've absolutely loved it here. And you look at the crowds lining up down the street, big queues to get in this morning. We're on for a big crowd here. I reckon there'll be over 4,000 here today.
And it's said, of course, that there's no market for 50 over cricket.
They're lying. They're lying.
Don't believe them. There's a big market here. They've got 600 for lunch today in the corporate marquees, and Paul Pollard and Jack Shantry, the umpires, are just walking out to the middle. The news at the toss was that Warwickshire won and put Gloucestershire into bat, and Gloucestershire have left Jared Warner, Will Naish and Ben Charlesworth out of their team. So the debate will be where Ollie Price will bat. Both the Price brothers are going to play. We expect that Dent and Harris will open, and indeed they are walking out to the middle. In fact, it's Dent and Wells to open, in fact.
Ooh.
That's creative. So we have got a left-hand, right-hand combination. So I suspect that will mean Marcus Harris will be at 3, Bracey at 4, maybe Jack Taylor at 5, then Ollie Price, Zafar Gahar, Tom Smith, Paul Van Meekeren, Tom Price and Josh Shaw. Warwickshire all named 13 in their squad, and they've left well, 2 of the less experienced players out.
Yeah, they've left out Manraj Jahal and George Garrett. But Ben Wells has obviously done enough in that game against Wiltshire, the warm-up game where he scored 124, which was peppering the buildings here, wasn't he? And I think he's done enough there to give him a call. I think Ben Charlesworth may be a little bit unlucky. He got 67 in that game. And he played some sparkling shots, didn't he? He played some absolutely gorgeous straight drives. But we can see Liam Norwell start us off, and Ian Randall will take it away.
Yes, it's quite blowy here at Cheltenham, but Norwell from the college lawn end, and he would know from his time here at Gloucestershire, would have bowled frequently from that end of the ground. 2 slips in for Warwickshire, and the young man aged, in fact Michael Burgess is keeping wicket.
Yeah.
According to, he's just turned round, and that means that Smith is playing, although he can keep wicket, he's playing as a batsman slash fielder today. Young 17-year-old making his first Warwickshire appearance. Norwell then runs in past the umpire. It's cut away into the ground by Dent on the bounce, and fielded by Ethan Brooks. He'll have a bowl today. Warwickshire's has got 3 really quite experienced seamers in their attack. Miles, Norwell, both ex-Gloucestershire, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who the last time I saw him bowl in a red ball game, I think it was at Bristol in 2020, I think he took 12 wickets, bowled really well.
Yeah, he's had a very good season. I think he's just behind Keith Barker in the leading wicket takers in Division 1.
So Chris Dent facing this first over, Norwell to bowl to him, and again pushes that out to Miles, who's at well, straightish cover really on the single. Warwickshire's kit's quite plain, isn't it? Sort of blue top and dark trousers. Not the most colourful. Gloucestershire's all in black with the yellow piping is quite
I like the Warwickshire kit, the Gloucestershire kit though. I really do. I think it's a fine bit of apparel.
No, well, staying round the wicket to Dent. And that's cut away. There's a man down in front of the scoreboard at third man, but they'll pick up 1. And first run on the board after Gloucester were put in.
We've seen some quite leery kits this year, haven't we? In the T20, there was some.
The Middlesex pink is quite loud, isn't it?
That's extremely loud. It needs the volume button probably adjusted somewhat.
So Ben Wells then to really try and stake a claim with the bat here. He's only played, well, he's not scored significant runs in list day. He's only played 4 games and he hasn't had much chance with the bat. But here he does have a chance, and he's going to get a leg by, I think, off that delivery from Norwell. Is Jack Shantry going to indicate the leg bye? Yes, he is.
Yep, Jack Shantry's father, Brian Shantry, played for Gloucestershire back in the 70s.
Very Jack's the absolute example of somebody who, I'm sure he wasn't coached to have the bowling action that he did.
No.
But it worked for him.
Brother Adam Shantry was a good cricketer as well, played at Glamorgan and Northamptonshire. Good careers, both of them.
Norwell coming over the wicket now to Dent. Nice shot in the V up to mid-off. And fielded, I think, by... Is that Krunal Pandya there?
Yeah.
I think it is, under the hat.
Yeah.
So end of Norwell's first over. And I wonder who will share the new ball with him. That looks like Ollie Hannondorby to me, coming up from long leg.
Yeah, Will Rose, the skipper, just having a chat with him at mid-off.
Hannondorby's taken 46 wickets in the championship this year. 46 wickets at 22.
Yeah,
that's a good season, I would suggest.
That's a very good season. That's an extremely good season. We're talking on the podcast that we do about Oliver Hannondorby and saying got one of the poshest names in cricket, and Jack Brooks knows him well from their time at Yorkshire. He said, no, he's from Halifax. He's not a posh lad. Here he is from the Chapel End. Tall approach into the crease, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide.
And actually, for all his success in red ball cricket, he hasn't played a lot of white ball in his career. I mean, if you bowl the number of red ball overs that he does, you've got to find a breather somewhere.
Yeah.
But with Warwickshire losing 10 players to the 100, why would you leave him out?
Just a bit of annoying drizzle around, isn't there, this morning? It's just in the air. It's not going to affect the wicket at all. It's Hannondorby comes in, and that's cut perilously close to the diving Ethan Brooks there at point. Only just out of his reach. It's 4 to Ben Wells, but that wasn't a million miles away. It would have been a fantastic catch if he'd taken it. But it was very close. It was in the air for a long time, and Wells would have had his heart in his mouth there.
Yeah, there were queues out. James Healy, who's looking after our cameras today, said there were queues outside at 22:11. People wanted to get in. Sanford Road stand already full.
Hannondorby in, and that's played firmly out to Brooks.
I think this was always likely to be a day where people hoped for decent weather. I say that the corporate demand was high. It'll be standing room only at certain parts of the ground today, with just the 2 seated areas. The members stand to our left in front of the gymnasium, and the Sanford Road stand far side of the ground. And they've already taken a slip out here. Michael Burgess.
Here's the 6'7" Dorby and Hannondorby into the crease, and that's a flash and a miss from Wells. Wells probably been pumped up the order, isn't he, and to maybe give it sort of not a pinch hitter because he's a proper batsman, but to give them that.
And it's the left hand, right hand scenario, isn't it? Because there was the worry about Gloucestershire having potentially, if Charlesworth had played, 4 left-handers in the first 4 spots. So how do you get around that?
And Dorby's been at Warwickshire a long time now. Here he is into the crease. That's well bowled. Playing a miss from Wells. 7 for none.
It's Rob Yates at slip. He's the one remaining close catcher now.
Yeah, Hannondorby's he was at Yorkshire from 18, and maiden wicket Mark Ramprakash. But back in 2013 he joined Warwickshire.
Nice to see that loyalty from a player.
Yeah, there's back bravely in one of the games there. That's played just backward a square. Wells just rights the bounce, and that goes behind square for a single. He had a very brave knock where he batted for over an hour when Alfonso Thomas of Somerset broke his arm. And I think the Bears fans sort of realised that he's got a little bit about him then.
He tried, in fact, in that Red Ball game in Bristol in 2020, which was under the sort of the conference rules. Come back to that in a minute.
Here's Dent about to face his first ball from him, which he plays into the onside. He's got to be quick here. Oh, and that's scurried through for a single. Good backing up there from Ethan Brooks and Rob Yates, combination of them. That completes the second over. And the score is now on to 9. Wells has got 5, Dent's on 2. And 2 extras, a leg by and a wide.
Yeah, Hull and Dolby, Warwickshire were left to chase in the 4th innings, and ultimately they were a fair way short, but Hull and Dolby hung around for, I think, the best part of 45 minutes, 50 minutes batting at number 11 to frustrate Gloucestershire to try and get the last wicket. And there wasn't long left when he actually was the last man dismissed. Here's Norwell, 3rd over, into Dent, who cuts off the back foot on the bounce though. Again to Ethan Brooks. Yeah, Warwickshire, obviously champions in 2021.
Yeah.
And this season only 1 win in the championship. Not exactly where they want to be, particularly if there's, you know, the talk of the 3 sixes. They might end up in the middle 6 if that's the case. So just the 1 slip then for the Norwell in. That's clipped by Dent down to Hannon Dalby. Will he be able to cut that off? He will. Down in front of the chapel at long leg. They'll come back for 2. That's the one area of the ground where you can run a 2 fairly comfortably. The square boundaries here at Cheltenham are shorter than the straight ones. So it's the opposite of Bristol. And our emails remain open today as they normally are. James will put the box in the top right hand corner of the screen in a minute. There it is, if you want to get in touch with us. Norwell, fast medium you'd say, pace wise, and that's just dabbed down by Dent to 3rd man for a single. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There we are, and Dan and I will do our best to answer questions and queries and observations through the day. One thing we should say, which the club announced before play today, Jack Taylor's announced or has signed a new 2-year contract or an extension to his current deal, which was up at the end of the season, so he's now with the club till 2024, and obviously was announced yesterday as captain in this tournament, so that seems well timed. Norwell to Wells, who again into the ground and fielded by Matthew Lamb. Outfield, it's amazing what just a little bit of rain does, isn't it? We had on Sunday in the Wiltshire match, we had like one sort of fairly sharp shower, and it has greened it up, hasn't it? It's not quite as straw-like as it was. It's
a lime green though, isn't it? It's a soft green. It's not an emerald.
Oh no.
No.
Norwell, not a awfully long approach, nice shot by Wells, but no great power in it, out in the offside. And again, Lamb does the fielding. I mean, we were here for the Wiltshire National Counties match on Sunday, and we had Alex Duffel with us from Wiltshire Cricket, and we were just chatting for the fact that in a 50 over game you haven't got to go really hard in the power play for the first 10 overs. You've only got 2 men out, you've got 4 men out, overs 10 to 40 and 5 out 11 to 50, but you can, you know, bat pretty sensibly at the start. Norwell in. Wells, well, that's completely the opposite of that, of course. He's gone aerial and he's got a 1 bounce 4. It's just, I think, dropped short of the rope. He's just asking out there whether anybody can say whether it's gone for 6 or 4. He didn't have a man out at long on, and it has gone 1 bounce 4. That was a clean hit. Camera shows it was short of the rope, but clearly thought that was in the slot and gave it a fair crack. 6 down with 16 without loss off 3.
Hannon Dalby going to take us away from the chapel end. 4th over, and that's just work behind square from Chris Dent. Morning to all Bears fans as well, whether you're listening to us from the Commonwealth Games that are taking place in your city, or the Spaghetti Junction, or the Crossroads Motel?
That's probably long since gone, hasn't it?
Stick with us. If you want to be dragged out and go shopping in the Bullring, don't worry about that. You stick with us here, where we've got a wonderful day's play lined up for you. Bit of aerial traffic going through as Hannon Dalby approaches the crease. That's a gorgeous shot from Chris Dent. Oh, the crowd enjoyed that one. Trademark Dent, that is.
Yeah, just enough width to...
Any width he latches onto very quickly, and he manufactures width as well, doesn't he? Because he cuts leaning back, which can be his downfall, but he does manufacture width like that.
I would just say too, if you're a Warwickshire supporter, there is a slight slope on this ground, particularly down towards the leg side for Dent.
And Dalby in, and that's another pleasant shot there from Dent. Bowl there to Chris Dent. You're going to go for a few runs, and he's going to take the slip out. You're going to see Rob Yates come out of slip now, and Chris Dent just giving Will Rhodes and Oliver Hannon Dalby something to think about here.
Just to complete the point about the slope, remember this square at Cheltenham is only used for the festival. It's not used at any other point in the season, and that pitch is probably about as central as you could have it, and it's probably just about the first of the flat pitches as well.
Hannon Dalby in. Dent drives handsomely again.
In the championship games, a couple of pitches we used down towards the Sanford Road side, so that's the leg side from where Dent is batting, and there is a slope on those, so that if you were a slow bowler you would potentially get a bit of help depending on which end you bowled from. But that pitch, the one for today, just about the start of where things really begin to flatten out here at Cheltenham.
And Dalby into the crease, and Dent just works that one back with a square where Ethan Brooks does the fielding. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Norwell. He managed to get on the Lions tour last year, didn't he? And he's a Cornish lad. He was come through the academy at Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have had like Jack Crap. He was a Cornish lad originally, wasn't he? Who came to Gloucestershire. But generally, Somerset have got their hands on those. Although Lewis Goldsworthy's one, that's slightly slower. Well bowled. And Dalby just changing his pace a little bit. That completes the fourth over, 24 for none. So Somerset have got Lewis Goldsworthy, who's also a Cornish lad. And Warwickshire's rivals, Worcestershire. The pairs, they've got Jake Libby there, who's a Cornish guy.
And obviously in Gloucestershire's seconds, they've got a young lad called Joe Phillips, who's from Truro, who got a double 100 in a seconds game against Essex last month. So
there's some good cricket going on down there.
Well, Somerset played at Truro, I think, in the national counties at the weekend. I think they were one of the few sides actually who chased. Most of them batted first, but Somerset actually chased quite a decent Cornish total there. Wells waits for Norwell to start his third over. Oh, that's just gone through the fielder at backward point. Will it go all the way to the rope? Will it be hauled in? It's just gone. Partial stop, but just scoreboard ticking up, as you could see.
Oh, this looks a good batting wicket, doesn't it, Ian?
Despite the dive, that was in vain.
Oh, you want to get in on this, you really do.
Ben Wells, certainly would be feeling good about his batting after that century on Sunday. Maybe he's trying to put bat to ball here early on. Norwell under overcast conditions, a fuller one on that occasion, and taken by Michael Burgess. He's had a good season too.
I'm sure, Ian, you want to wish your congratulations to Dumbleton.
I do.
Who reached the final of the National Village Cup. So they'll be off to Lords.
Yeah, they're playing, actually, and they're playing in the final the holders from last year. Calmore Sports from the New Forest.
Yeah.
So 18th of September, that is.
Will you be going? Will you be making
First ever visit there. Wells goes down to the leg side. Brooks stops at mid-wicket, no run. They've apparently I gather they've entered the team every year since 1972, which I think is when the competition started.
Fantastic.
And they've got to one previous semi-final, which they've lost. So I'm sure that the village collectively will be organising transport and what have you to go and watch them.
If you look down the previous winners, there's some wonderful names in there.
Norwell in again to Wells. He's got that through and it's gone past the dive of the fielder at extra cover. Matt Lamb gets to his feet a little ruefully. And 4 more. Gloucestershire finding some gaps in the field here. Dom Sibley doing the retrieving, but 4 more to the Gloucestershire total. And this is the sort of start they would have wanted from these two. Sometimes you, on balance of probability, you might lose 1 wicket at the top, but 32 without loss in the 5th over is a good start. Norwell again to Wells, who drives into the ground. Bowler feels off his own bowling. I mean, although just the caveat to that, both sides probably quite good top 6 batting wise, but you know, lower down, harder to predict.
Yeah, some wonderful names on that National Village Cup. Pocklington Pixies. I think they're from up near York.
Yeah, that's where Pocklington is.
Yeah,
quite right. Norwell striding in once more to bowl to Wells, who punches up to mid-off, and it's fielded by skipper Will Rhodes. So no early breakthrough here for Warwickshire, despite the fact they've got 2 of the most experienced bowlers on at the outset. 32 for no wicket off 5.
We've had some more cricketing tribute bands come in as well. Ruth Charville, the Pussycat D'Oliveras, Fleetwood McManus, and from Bob, the sensational Alex Hartley Band.
That's good, I like that.
Yeah, we like that. Here's Oliver Hannon Thomas Dolby, hyperactive from the Chapel End.
He wants Norwell to go a bit finer there at 3rd man for Dent. Just moved him round.
And Dent has pulled him back with a square this time. Couple of bounces and crashes into the Bristol Audi advertising board down there. This is a flyer here from the hosts. It really is. It's a big start this, and just exactly what the Gloucestershire wanted. So been stuck in by Warwickshire as well.
8 4s in that 36 already.
Hannon Dolby in, and that's cut, and he's got that fine enough. That's a full shot, but Dent has earned the right to play that because he's brought the man out of slip there into the covers through his shots, and if there was a slip there, I think that might have been caught, but it's probably a little bit too wide. Well, maybe. But Dent has earned the right to get away with the edges through his previous cover drives that he's creamed through the covers. Here's Hannon Dolby to Dent, just varying his pace a little bit, slightly slower ball. Dent plays it handsomely out to, I think is that Yates? No, it's Sibley at extra cover.
It comes back to the full value for your shots situation here at Cheltenham. The boundaries ticking up. That's 9 4s out of a score of 40.
Hannon Dolby past the umpire, and Dent has just worked that one backward. It's going to go just for a single down to 3rd because Norwell's down here, just in front of us to our right. Hurls the ball in to Burgess. He's had a good season, Michael Burgess. His career, a bit nomadic earlier in his career. I think he was at Leicestershire, then went to Sussex, and couldn't displace Ben Brown at Sussex, or
no surprise that, mind you.
Vying. Yeah, they're two good keepers. So he came to Warwickshire and he's been a success. Wells just works that one backward. Sibley's out here on the boundary, deep square, does the fielding. Alan Dalby has gone for 25 so far and he's not even completed 3 overs, so definitely Dent and Wells have given Will Rhodes something to ponder.
Yeah, just the ones, just Krunal Pandya ready to bowl spin for them. Wilbies might have bowled some off breaks, I suppose.
Here he comes into the crease and that's played out to Matthew Lamb.
So different balance to the Warwickshire attack compared to the Gloucestershire one. Gloucestershire have got, you know, both Zafar Gahar and Tom Smith in the team, both of whom they would expect to bowl their full quota of overs.
Yeah.
And therefore the balance of what Warwickshire can offer, a little bit different. So what else might they have up their sleeve, I suppose, is the question.
Yeah, 42 for none after 6 overs. Ruth Charville has sent us some poetry, the Poet Laureate of Gloucestershire.
Here's Norwell in for a new over, and that's beaten Wells. Just pushed at that. Bit of a, for the first time today, really a tentative prod.
I'll have
through to Burgess.
I have to get through the stanzas between balls here, but she's got a number of cricketers into this poem. As I sat on a windy bank, a kingfisher I saw. It dived into waters there and caught a fish, I'm sure.
Norwell waits. Wells up to mid-on, no run.
No pike or herring was this fish in this midwinter lake, but just a wiggly tiddler. Still a bird meal did it make. A dipper in the nearby brook ignored the Buick swan, who swam serenely to the reeds, away from everyone.
You see, I know Ruth travels quite a way to cricket, and she's presumably pondering this in the car to and from the ground. Wells waits for Norwell, who finds Oliver Halland Dalby at third man with a fairly comfortable little dab for a single. Takes him to 19.
And was this swan a cob or pen? Duck, drake I can discern, but lest these swans it mattered not, I walked through bracken fern.
So all the slips now disappeared. Will Rhodes, you have 2 men out obviously, but trying to stop this flurry of boundaries early on. Norwell, carefully played by Dent, placed down to third man, just take one.
Continuing down to the dale, past hedges to a bush, beyond which was a roebuck white, partaking of the lush green grass which grew upon the hill. What is more, a hind enjoyed the peace and solitude with eating on her mind.
There must be about 30 players in this, if not more. Norwell to Wells. Oh, he's timed that. Not, I say, he's timed it. He's got enough on it. He might have wanted to go rather straighter than that, but he's got it away behind square, and with miles on the deep square leg boundary and fine leg up.
I like the look of this lad.
A comfortable 4. Not playing as a wicket keeper today. We gather that James Bracey will keep wicket. But Gloucestershire 48 without loss in the 7th, and Wells is almost yorked by Liam Norwell. He did well to drop the bat on that. So Norwell 0 for 21, and Warwickshire conceding a rapid start here. Gloucestershire 47 without loss off only 48 without loss off only 7 overs.
Ruth continues. Inside the windows caught my eye a bright banner G. The stone said that a man died of a grave knee injury. Some monks, and once the Pope had been to preach a sermon there. He said Pepple must show dear love with grace and healing prayer.
Craig Miles.
But he will cut the mustard, and once he has reached his peak, we'll know just how a good win feels at cricket week by week. Thank you, Roosh. Thanks for your poem. And great stuff. And drop us a line. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Let's see a change in the bowling. Craig Miles has replaced Hannon Dalby. And Dent hits that one firmly to Lamb at cover point. But Hannon Dalby been a little bit expensive this morning. He's gone for 25 off 3 overs. And he's been pulled out of the attack. So Miles past. Oh, and Dent's dragged that one on. Just the lack of bounce has done the Gloucestershire left-hander there. Just chops it onto his stumps. We said about Dent, manufacturing room, and it's his strength and his downfall, isn't it? Because sometimes he cuts too close to his body.
I also got the impression
and I wonder if he's chopped on there, cutting too close.
Miles slowed up when he got to the crease. Either he lost his stride pattern, or he just felt that it was going to be a slower ball. And being bowled and played with Dent a lot in his time at Gloucestershire, then understandably he would know him better than most. But a wicket for him, and
good start though.
Yeah, this is a good start. And now Marcus Harris in at number 3. Keep the right hand left hand combination going, and I suspect Bracey at 4, and then Jack Taylor and Ollie Price. That's where the bulk of the runs have got to come from today. You know, Zafar at 7 is actually this form of the game for Zafar Gahar might really play to his strength, because he is a really good counter attacker. He came in with, say, 10 overs to go. He might be able to really put bat to ball.
Mark Lane described Craig Miles as a young Stuart Broad, 6'4". He was a big prospect here when he was young at Bristol, wasn't it? Or in Gloucestershire. Part of the ECB's Potential England Performance Programme. Got injured though. Here he is in, and Harris leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Burgess. But he had an injury, he went off to Loughborough and he had an injury there, and although he sort of came back, he
wasn't quite the same.
No. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, yeah. It is. Sometimes there is the debates about what the bowlers do during the winter. I shan't go back to what F.S. Truman used to say about being fit to play cricket.
Here he is into the crease. That's well bowled. That goes through past the edge of Marcus Harris.
And aside from anything else, Harris would. I mean, he's got plenty of time here, obviously. Well, in the 8th over,
as Harris walks back to his mark. 48 for 1. Crowd, big crowd in here. Here he is, past Paul Pollard. Oh, and that's a nice shot there from Harris, square drive, but can't beat Lamb at cover point. But very pleasant shot there from the Victorian.
Yeah, fair to say Harris would needs a score.
Yeah, he's had some starts. He got a 60 odd against Northants, but he hasn't got 100 since, I think, Yorkshire at the beginning, wasn't it?
He got 100 in the second home game as well.
Surrey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here he is, and he's off the mark there with a scampered single into the covers. Lamb does the fielding, but Harris gets home. He's going to retain the strike. 49 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, I mean he's got 200s in this form of the game. Hasn't played it an awful lot in his career.
He tends to bat 3 in this form as well, doesn't he? So I wonder if that's got something to do with it.
Hannandol was going to change ends. So we're still in the power play. Norwell 4 overs for 22.
Change of bowling and a change of ends. From College Lawn End, Oliver Hannandolby.
Hannandolby will try and get another breakthrough for Warwickshire from the College Lawn End.
Seen a Birmingham City shirt already this morning, and an Aston Villa shirt roaming the ground here.
One of the parts of the fence around the ground has just toppled over, so Will Rhodes has just gone to put it up again, which is a sensible thing to do. You don't do that at Edgbaston, do you? You don't have that problem.
I love Edgbaston. It's one of my favourite venues for Test cricket. Get a big crowd in there, and it's one of the most atmospheric venues, or I think the most atmospheric venue in England.
Hannandolby from the College Lawn End into Marcus Harris, who thinks about a single but finds Rhodes has stopped it. I was told the other day, I don't know whether you know this, that they can get 120 media in the press box at Edgbaston.
Yeah, well, they've done that end up, haven't they? The pavilion end at Edgbaston, and it's state of the art. It really is. I mean, it's been done up for a number of years now. It's been probably about 8 or 10 years old, something like that, maybe even older.
Harris waits for Hannandolby, and that's got fielded off his own bowling. A little bit of a reactionary throw, just in case Harris was on the wander. But 48 for 1, Gloucestershire 49 for 1. It'll say bold miles in the book, but it's one of those drag-ons that batsmen really hate. Little hop at the start of Hannandolby's run. Last umpire Chantry gets out of the way, and it's again well stopped by Pandya, but essentially 50 up for Gloucestershire off that single. This is the 9th over. Dan and I were talking about what a good score might be.
I think 300.
Yeah, you might be looking at that.
I think it's a 300 wicket. The outfield's fast, and it's not the biggest surface in the world either.
Interesting to hear whether Pandya gets any help from the pitch, though. That's either because that will encourage Gloucestershire for later if he does. And Dolby to Wells, who plays that much more quietly. In comes Rob Yates.
Gloucestershire have got 3 spinners in there.
What? Ollie Price? Well, 4 if you
4,
Jack
yeah.
Taylor as well.
Yeah.
You've got 2 absolute frontline spinners and 2 other bowlers who could genuinely bowl spin. So
are we in Cheltenham or Chennai?
Well, there are quite a few outgrounds being used today. I mean, Yorkshire are playing at York, Surrey are at Guildford. And then they'll be in. Wells clips it into the leg side. It'll go past the dive of Sibley, so they'll try and get 2. And they will get 2 because there's just a very slight fumble in the gather by Matthew Lamb out there. He sort of picked the ball up and then couldn't get it into his hand to throw it away, or throw it in. And as a result, they came back for the second run. Pardon me. Only one more over with the fielding restrictions for Warwickshire here after this one. And Dolby in again. Where's Wells? He wanted to put that away over the Sanford Road stand. That's well fielded. As young Kai Smith there tried to really put pressure on Wells. He was thinking of a single, but good call from Marcus Harris to send him back. It's quite a breezy day.
It's a little bit breezy,
but it is far from cold.
No.
And as you say, around large parts of the ground it is standing room only, because if you've got a seat at the front, that's fine. If you're in one of the two main stands, that's okay too. But otherwise, you know, they're 2 and 3 deep most of the way around the ground.
Great to see, isn't it? Here's Miles. In, and that's a pleasant shot there by Harris. That goes through. Liam Norwell there at mid-on. Stops a certain 4, but Harris scampers through for 2. Hit it so hard, Norwell couldn't take the heat there. Yeah, Edgbaston's one of my favourite venues around. I do like it up there. I like the people up there. They're a good laugh. They'll have a joke and a bit of a chat with you. That's played out to Norwell. There's a man who serves ice creams from around the back of the Hollies stand as well, who was more than a passing resemblance to ex-Liverpool midfielder Jimmy Case. I'll show you a photo of him later. We actually took a photo of him.
Got the beard, has he?
He just had a tash, actually.
Right.
He's got similar hairstyle. And that's in the air, and that's all nearly out there. Miles just holding that one back a little bit, and I think he's deceived Harris. And he plays that to mid-on. Well, let's have a look at the replay.
Short.
Yeah, just short of him. Oh, that was close. Ooh.
The ground just falls away to there as well, which
Yeah.
makes it just a little bit awkward for the fielders.
Miles in, Harris leaves that alone. It undulates here at Cheltenham, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you think, you know, I came here first couple of times thinking, bowling from the chapel end, you're coming up the hill, whereas you're not really. It's a trick of the eye, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a flat area across from the gymnasium, which is used as a pavilion, to just about where this pitch is, and then it starts to fall away down towards the scoreboard and the Sanford Road side. So tricky to chase a ball to that part of the ground in particular.
Bouncer, Harris plays that off the back foot. He's going to get 2. He might even get 4 there, actually. The outfield's so quick. No, it's well hauled in. Can't quite see who that is on the far side of the ground who hauled that.
They've run 3.
Is that Smith?
I think Smith was part of that, and Norwell also was on the chase.
Yeah, I think Smith's doing the fielding out there. It's a fantastic effort from him, because that really does run away. This outfield's been quick right through the festival. In fact, the outfields all summer have been lightning. Bristol's been really quick. Even in April for that Yorkshire game was quick. Miles in to Wells, who's hit that one, and that's going to be the first maximum of the game, and he's plonked that into the pavilion dismissively. And that completes 10 overs.
Here's a second look at that shot. Just really picked that up, and that's gone into the members stand in front of the pavilion. You see all the multicoloured hats there.
You put a few in there on Sunday in the game against Wiltshire, but this is a step up in class, isn't it?
So 63 for 1 at the end of the power play. Helen Dalby is to continue. And Will Rhodes just checking his field on this leg side now for Marcus Harris to see if he's going to attack this side of the ground as well. So there's a big gap at mid-wicket if Harris wants to play through it. So they've basically strengthened the offside, put a slip back in for the new batsman, and Hannah Dalby to Harris, and he's nicked off and he's gone. Michael Burgess takes the catch, and Harris's poor run of scores continues. He goes for 7. Here's a second look at it. Change of ends works for Hannah Dalby. Didn't quite get the front foot far enough across, and Harris departs, and I suspect that will see the introduction of another left-hander in James Bracey. Indeed it does. 63 for 2, and Bracey will now join Ben Wells, the wicketkeepers union, together here, but that was worth keeping Hannah Dalby on from Michael Burgess. He might have made a change, but switched to the opposite end. He's tightened the runs up a little bit, and he's got a wicket.
Yeah, good captaincy there from Will Rhodes. I thought Harris is a little bit out of nick, but James Bracey is a dangerous man. We saw on Sunday he got 125 of 62 balls, I think, and you know, peppered the gymnasium building here, didn't he?
So these are the two
pure vandalism
who and I'm sure Michael Burgess would want to captain Warwickshire. My elevation of him to skipper there was inadvertent. So Bracey waits for his first ball from Hannah Dalby, clipped up to the aforementioned Rhodes. I'm sure we'll have a bowl himself. Well, that early, it's a very, very light drizzle just before play was scheduled to start. The forecast is that it will get sunnier later.
I think there's a little bit more in the air now.
Cleve Hill, though, in the distance remains very visible. Hannah Dalby to Bracey steered into the offside. So we're now, as we got beyond the 10 over mark, there's the possibility for Warwickshire, should they wish to do so, having 4 men out.
You used to watch Crossroads here? Were you a Crossroads man?
No, not really. No.
Like Adam Chance and Benny and...
I kind of, you know, you hear people talk about some of the characters, but
No, not your cup of char.
And then Dalby in, or Bracey plays that into his pads. Most of the stories about Crossroads to me seem to be about the set nearly falling over, or that sort of thing.
It wasn't a high budget.
No,
it's got to be said.
I think it was done. It was carefully budgeted.
Yeah. What about Peaky Blinders? That's another Birmingham television series. Are you a fan of that?
I don't watch. My TV is neither use nor ornament.
Oh, I like it.
It's somewhere in between. And then Dalby to Bracey, who's underway. Comfortable single out to Dom Sibley, who's patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, but he's right on the rope, so it's a comfortable one.
Talking of something that is of use and an ornament, what did the barometer say in your hall?
Oh, very dry still.
Very dry.
Yeah, still very dry.
Those of you who are regulars on here, Warwickshire fans won't have a clue what we're talking about, but those of you who are regular know that Ian Randall's barometer is a source of information and a source of, yeah, just general meteorological dryness as well.
Give it a tap every morning. And Dalby to Wells, up to mid-off, fielded by Will Rhodes.
I bet you think it's broken, don't you? I bet you
No,
think
no,
because it's been very dry for so long, like 6
that's
weeks.
True, to be fair.
So you're giving it a tap, thinking, "Oh, this is broken. It's
No,
like, take it down the antique shop and see if someone else will buy it."
Very, very, very small margins of movement, it must be said, recently. 64 for 2, as you can see. Oh, that will tick up in a moment. 64 for 2 off 11. Hannah Dalby 1 for 29 from 5, and Miles 1 for 12 from 2.
If anyone from India is watching, following the fortunes of Krunal Pandya as well, welcome to the Gloucestershire stream. Hope you're enjoying it. And we know you guys love your cricket over there as well. Right, Bracey's about to face Miles. And that's a gorgeous shot. That really is. Hammered through the covers. James Bracey, what a way to welcome yourself to the wicket.
Miles does bowl full. Often there is the width that makes him drivable.
Yeah.
That's kind of you accept with Craig that's what you get.
But he's got the ability to take wickets as
yes.
well, hasn't he? Here he comes in, Bracey just rides the bounce. Miles with a rather extravagant follow through there. Possibly just having a word with his old teammate. He's,
I mean, and you'd have to say that, you know, both Liam Norwell and Craig Miles's decisions, you know, to choose to move to Warwickshire from Gloucestershire has seen them both being part of a championship winning squad. And you know, the players say they want to win things, then
yeah.
they would say, right, you know, look in the medal cabinet.
Yeah, and Bracey's just nudged that into the offside, no run. And you look at Warwickshire's record over the years, and you know it's been decent. I mean, you've had those, well, you had those sides from the 70s originally, didn't you? Where they won trophies under Dennis Amos, John Jameson, people like that, wasn't it? Back then.
And then late 90s in particular,
and then
very strong.
In the mid 90s under Dermot Reeves, they had a very good side. Brian Lara was there, and Paul Smith, what a bowler he was, what an all-rounder he was. That's just defended into the offside. Paul Smith, he was a wonderful cricketer. Gladstone Small was there, he was just coming to the end of his career then. And they had a very, very good side. And I mean, they've won 8 county championships. They're a big club, they're a test match playing venue, aren't they? And they're a big club, and you can see why players want to go there. And you know, I'm sure everyone wants a property in Sutton Coldfield as well.
Yeah, I mean, and just with regard to, you know, next season, obviously they're taking Moeen Ali to play white ball cricket.
Yeah.
And Ed Barnard from Worcestershire will be a more than useful signing for them.
Here's Miles. It's played firmly. Miles gets half a hand on it, and they can't take a single.
And the I call him the Gloucestershire number cruncher, because that's what he is, Adrian Thomas. Any statistical nuggets for Gloucestershire, he tends to fish them out. This is the first white ball game between these two teams since 2007, so a long time since they've played each other in this sort of format. I'll come back to the extension of that point in a moment.
Miles. Oh, that's gorgeous from Bracey. Straight down the ground. Shows Miles the maker's name, and that races away down towards the chapel.
We've seen some good drives today already. That's running over the college square down towards the boundary there.
Fantastic bit of camera work there as well.
Last white ball game here at Cheltenham, 1999, so 45 overs. It's just about the scores.
Yeah.
198 for 8 Warwickshire got. Neil Smith and Dominic Oster with half centuries.
Yeah.
4 wickets for Michael Caudron. Gloucestershire 202 for 7 with 2 balls left. Here is Hannon Dolby to continue. Wells has not had a lot of strike in the last couple of overs, but he's there on 31. Just dabs that out. And 2 predictable people getting runs. Jack Russell 52, Mark Elaine 49 not out. So, but interesting that score is probably, well, it might be at least 50 runs shy of where they end up today.
Yeah. Dominic Osler was had some good fielders over the years, haven't they? Trevor Penny, what a fielder he was. He was Zimbabwean, wasn't he, Trevor Penny?
Ben Wells Again, that's a little punch up to mid-on. It's just, I suppose, because of the switch out of the power play, Wells has just reined his attack in a little bit. He had lots of gaps to play within the first 10 overs. So if he went aerial, by and large, it was going to be safe. Now he's got a different problems. He's got to try and steer the ball or work the ball into the gaps.
Yeah, I fancy anything pitched up here. He's going to try and plonk over Krunal Pandya's head at mid-on.
Hannon Dalby. Again, that's not quite drivable, is it? He's just dragged his length back a little bit.
But if it's in his arc, if it's pitched up, I think that's the area he's going to go. He's going to go mid-on, mid-wicket, and down towards the old Patesian's tent down in that sort of corner of the ground down there. Bring his bottom hand into it. There's us on the stream.
Dent on 23.
Ben Feasy in the background, PA announcer today.
Harris for 7, the 2 men out. Oh, and that's gone through the slips. Wells has played that deliberately. There is no slip there, and it says 4 in the book. It doesn't say how he got them, but he's played a deliberate dab at this for me, knowing there's a big gap. Yeah.
Oh,
very soft hands.
Lovely. Open the face. Played it late and played it down as well, just in case he got it too fine. It went through to Burgess.
Burgess is keeping pretty right on a wicket end there, maybe just in front of it. On the College Square. Hannon Dalby in, has again played quite late by Wells, but only to Miles. 76 for 2 is a good start, unquestionably. Sure, they will know though that the batting doesn't have quite the depth. Stephen High Wycombe has been in touch on the email. Interesting observation. Here is again Hannon Dalby back of a length. It's down to Norwell at 3rd man. Now Steve says, I believe that the exterior shots of the Crossroads Motel were actually filmed at the Golden Valley Hotel, which is between Cheltenham and Gloucester.
Oh,
interesting.
Is it a motel?
Oh no, it's part of the Thistle group.
Okay, so
other groups are available, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Trust House 40, they say.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. You see, there's always somebody out there that
if
you throw a
good
topic,
knowledge, Steve in High Wycombe.
If you throw a topic out there, it's an ask the audience situation, isn't it?
Miles past the umpire. That's well bowled, beats Wells.
He was going for a 50-50 there, wasn't he?
What, the...
Well, we've asked the audience over the Crossroads Motel, and he was going for a 50-50.
Oh, yeah. I see where you're coming from. Drove past Steve's place this morning on the M40 on the way here. Nice part of the world. Lots of red kites in that area. It's down the road from Wormsley. Lovely cricket ground. High Wycombe, a good club as well. Safe Zabe at Northants, I think he's come through High Wycombe. That's just dabbed down by Wells. Runs the first one quickly. Krunal Pandya there. Oh, that's an arm. Wings it in over the head of Burgess, but well backed up there by Will Rhodes. No, it's Matt Lamb actually.
Just signalling for to the players area. Oh, he wants he either wants a cereal, but he wants some sustenance of some sort apparently.
Ooh, well, that's a great catch there down the leg side. Burgess, wow, bouncer from Miles. Bracey gets a feather on it, and let's have a look at it. He takes it low here, one-handed down the leg side. Really athletic from Burgess. And Bracey has to go for 9. And Gloucestershire just need to be a little bit careful here. 78 for 3.
Yeah, we were talking about in the hub before the game about the fact that these two sides are probably a good top 6, and then the batting lower down, you're not quite sure. Here's Ollie Price coming in at number 5, ahead of Jack Taylor. And then Jack Taylor, Zafar Gahar, Tom Smith. Handy runs there. But for Warwickshire to get 3 wickets quite early on here, I wonder if they'll persist with keep going with Hannon, Dolby and Miles in the hope of perhaps getting one more.
Yeah, and it's a good trinity of left-handers that have been out as well. Dent, Harris, Bracey. Not Trinity Road in Aston, that's part of Birmingham, but that trinity of left-handers who are dangerous customers, all good players.
So you've got very much 2 of the... So it's said to be kind of a development tournament, this, isn't it? In the sense that some players are going to get opportunities who haven't had much of it before. Well, here are 2 of them.
Ollie Price. That's a firm shot out into the covers early on.
I mean, the one good thing for Ollie Price here is that he's not coming. If Gloucestershire, if he was coming in at 35 overs, let's say, the team would be in a great position, but he may not get much personal opportunity.
Yeah.
The difference with this situation is that he has got a lot more personal opportunity, and he doesn't have real time pressure in terms of overs at his disposal.
Yeah, he's got 35, 40 overs to bat here. So that's defended into the offside. So I mean, which in 50 overs terms is it's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, he's only played 2 previous games in List A cricket, so it is a platform for him to show what he can do. He opened the batting actually in the game at Beckenham at the end of last season in the group stages, where Gloucestershire had a much depleted team through COVID.
Miles into the crease, and that's just defended, and they think about a single, they turn it down. Last thing Gloucestershire need here is a run out.
And the other time he opened was in the playoff at the Oval. And the one thing, as he declined there, the single, Gloucestershire will have learned already, is that Kai Smith, maybe 17, but he's a lively fielder.
He certainly is. He's a wicket keeper normally, isn't he?
Yeah, but wherever they've put him, he's been energetic in the field.
Yeah.
I'm obviously keen to make a point, but he's clearly got good hands, and he's for a young man who can keep, but he's got a pretty decent arm as well.
Yeah, young lad brought up in Dubai, played for the United Arab Emirates, hasn't he, in the ICC competition?
So they're going to keep the 3 main seamers on here. Hannon Dolby has come off, 1 for 34, and Norwell is coming back. And Wells clips that down to deep square. A little bit of a fumble, but throw ultimately in to keep him down to 1 for Ethan Brooks. 79 for 3 then in the 15th over.
It's even Stevens, I'd say, Ian, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so it's a good start in terms of runs.
Yeah.
But you have to bear in mind the wickets column as well. 78 for 1. You see Gloucestershire well on top. 78 for 2, probably par. I mean, Warwickshire might think, well, get one more here.
Yeah, I think Bracey was a key wicket.
And they might think about really trying to put the brakes on. Not well in, and I think that's what these two are probably conscious of. There may be a little period here, maybe of even 5 or 6 overs, where they just want to absolutely consolidate. Wells has got himself in. He's got 38. He's played some shots aggressively, aerially.
Yeah.
But he's played some deft ones as well. And he might have to be the linchpin of this innings. Ollie Price waits for Norwell, oh, it's in the air. And it was wide of Matthew Lamb. It was straight towards mid-off. 2 bounces to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. But Liam Norwell might have, I'm sure he would have been encouraged by that. Thinking, right, can we entice that again? Lamb is staying at short extra. There's a gap through where a square cover would be. Miles is at point. Here is Norwell into him again. That's a little bit shorter, doesn't entice the drive, and it'll stay at 79 for 3.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire need a period of consolidation here, don't they? They need just to reset. But I think this Royal London Cup is a beautiful competition, because any one of the 18 counties can win it, and the bigger boys, by their very nature, will lose more players to the 100, and I think it's a wonderful competition.
Well in, and punched up to mid-on by Price.
Oh, that was close.
The throw from Will Rhodes misses at the bowler's end. And just to give you an idea about who loses who, Surrey lose 13 to the 100. They are the most depleted. Warwickshire lose 10. Nottinghamshire lose 10. Hampshire lose 9, and Yorkshire lose 9. So, some sides really have to dig into their squads. Norwell, oh, it's clipped in the air, just short of Rob Yates. And Wells didn't time that. There was I think he misjudged the length, perhaps. Here's a replay. Norwell running in towards the chapel. Oh, he got that high on the bat, and Yates could have had, with a little bit more weight on that shot, a really simple catch, but Wells got away with it.
Yeah, that's both batsmen now have chipped one aerially. Ball's maybe just stopping a little bit, or maybe Norwell's just holding it back. Clever bit of bowling. But I'll come on to who's losing players from the 100 after this ball. Ollie Price is about to face, and that's slashed away. That's gone fine, and that's a good bit of work down there.
Tremendous bit of work. Liam Norwell down there.
Yeah, Norwell down at third. Has saved a certain 4 runs, keeps it down to 1. So, Ian, who's losing the most players to the 100 then? Surrey losing the most.
Surrey at 13.
And who's losing the least?
So, Glamorgan only lose Michael Hogan.
Okay.
And Northants only lose Josh Cobb.
And how many are Warwickshire losing?
They lose 10.
And Gloucestershire?
6.
6.
So
that's pleasantly driven. Misfield there by Smith.
he is fallible after all.
He is fallible, yeah.
So the Warwickshire 10.
Yeah.
Benjamin, Bethel, Briggs, Henry Brooks, Alex Davis the keeper, Sam Hain, Adam Hose, Jake Lintott, Dan Mousley, and obviously Chris Wex is injured, but in theory he would have gone to the Birmingham Phoenix.
Well, you've heard of the Birmingham 6, there's the Warwickshire 10.
Gloucestershire, of course, lose Cobain, Hammond, Higgins, Howell, Payne and Van Buren.
That's pleasantly driven out to mid-off, out to Krunel Pandya out there by Ollie Price.
A couple of emails, including one from Peter Hemming, who's a Warwickshire supporter based in Durham. He says, I didn't trail down from Durham today, but the streaming makes it worthwhile.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. What a nice chap. Ollie Price about to face Craig Miles, and that's driven out to cover. Ball just bobbles a little bit, but goes for
Peter
one.
Peter says, it's worrying though to see that the Bears have not beaten the bat. The ball played on was a batsman error, as was the caught behind. We're now 13 overs in. Beating the bat with swing is unlikely as the lacquer goes off after 8 overs or so. All the best.
Yeah, that's the white ball though, isn't it, Peter? I think it does. The lacquer goes off it, and it doesn't do much, and it can be It can be a tough place to be a bowler in white ball cricket. Miles in, driven again for one by Wells. Moves into the 40s. 85 for 3.
And further to our crossroads conversation, Adam Thomas says, when the hotel burnt down in the famous fire of 1981...
It's a famous fire, was it?
He says, the exterior filming switched to the location of the end of the Golden Valley until 1985, so he was right. You may remember that we thought Meg Mortimer had been killed in the fire, but had in fact left the hotel before it started and was found on the QE2.
Oh, well.
Sorry, that's probably beyond my pay grade to know that, but Adam, thank you for that.
Miles into Price, who gets that down to third. Norwell doing the fielding down there, goes for one. We're learning something. We learn something every time, don't we? Where's Benny? What about Benny? Was Benny involved in that fire?
I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Adam, for that. And to
Miss Diane.
And to Peter Hemming, the bear in Durham, he says. 85 for 3 here. And just to pick up on the point about the ball not beating the bat very much, yes, that may be true. And I also think we've got to credit Christian Brain, who's the head groundsman here at Cheltenham College. He doesn't only look after this square, you understand. He's got multiple sites to look after, and I think credit to him for the way this festival has played out. Certainly I don't know what mark the umpires gave the pitch for the Northants game, but when you get to the last afternoon and the side chasing 202 in 37 overs gets them with less than 4 overs left, I should think the umpires have given that pitch a pretty good mark, and I know they did mark the pitch good for the Hampshire game.
Yeah, definitely. And
Norwell into Ollie Price again, just waits for that.
I think
steers it out on the offside. There's going to be quite a few runs scored behind square here by these two, aren't there?
Yeah, definitely. They like to use the pace of the ball, and I wonder if it's time for Krunal Pandya to come into effect now, and maybe try and use his experience, because he's been around the block. Krunal Pandya, he's no spring chicken. Is he 31 years old?
Norwell, this brisk approach. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Price. He might get 4 for that. Sibley's coming round, good stop. Right in front of the rope, right in front of our commentary position, and they come back for 2. That was on a full tilt sprint from Dom Sibley. Had to time it right.
I was getting ready to protect the monitor there in front of me.
Because we're at ground level, right through, through that extra cover position to Ollie Price. And
good cricket all round there.
Yeah, good effort. Price on 6. This is Norwell's 6th over. Inside half of the bat there, down to deep square. And we pick up 1. Yes, I've not seen Ethan Brooks bowl live. I've seen Henry bowl live, who obviously has good pace about him, but you wonder what pace off might mean on this pitch.
Henry Brooks.
I've seen Henry bowl live, but not Ethan.
Not Paul Henry, who played Benny in Crossroads.
Norwell. Again, that's just angled out to Miles in the gully. 3 wickets gone for Gloucestershire in the first 16 overs. This is the 17th over. 48 start partnership for the first wicket between Chris Dent and Ben Wells, and then Dent, Harris and Bracey going for between 48 and 78. A little scoop shot played here by Wells. He's going to get 4 for it. You know, he's going to just get 2. There's a good bit of work down there from Pandya. That's a good chase. Clever shot off a short ball from Norwell. And again, felt that was a safe shot to play. And Wells has improvised, as is the 2022 way, even in 50 over cricket today. He's still playing it 1 or 2 really creative shots. 42 out of 90 for 3 he's made, and we are going to see for the first time today, Will Rhodes into the attack. So Norwell has bowled 6 overs for 29, Hannon Dolby 6 overs, 1 for 34, and Miles 5 overs, 2 for 26.
The umpires in the Royal London Cup here, they use a different white ball from each end. We don't see all the changing of the ball. Well, we do sometimes, but we don't see it as often. Here's Will Rhodes in. The skipper. More of a batting all-rounder, really, but man from Hull. Same as Steve Patterson. I think he's from Hull, isn't he, as well? Or Beverley or
Yorkshire?
Yeah.
He's leaving at the club at the end of the season too, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a big move. And he put something a bit controversial on his Twitter account, didn't he? That's just defended into the onside.
Pandy's limbering up, by the way, too.
He's quite a...
straight up and down Yorkshireman.
Yeah, I mean, there's even a boring Pato. Yeah, like sort of boring James Milner. And Steve Patterson put something on his Twitter account.
Words to the effect of, the club made it clear I was not part of their future plans or something.
Yeah. Let's just run down off the face down to third. Norwell again doing the fielding.
But how, with respect to him, he's been there, I think, I want to say 18 years.
Yeah,
it's a long time.
Since about 2005, 2004.
Well, that'll be right then.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's... For somebody who's so metronomic in his accuracy and perceived as dull, it was quite surprising for him to come out with that, I thought. But hey.
Right, they're bringing Hannon Dolby up now for Wells.
Yep, he's coming into the ring.
To short third man.
Wells crashes that one through the offside. Just the one though, because
this tends to be perhaps the part of the innings where the batting side just look to tick the score over, almost kind of low risk if they can, and just try and build the platform for later on. Can these two do it?
Here's Rhodes. That's just played out into the offside again.
It is about patience in a sense, and I must confess, when I looked at the Gloucestershire squad yesterday, there were 2 names that were not in it that I was marginally surprised about. One was George Scott, who had a good tournament last year, but has not played much first team cricket this year, and obviously as an extra specialist batter and a right-hander, Tom Lace.
Let's just play behind square where good bit of work there. Cover point, that completes the over, so that's 18 gone. Score 93 for 3. Ollie Price is on 9. Ben Wells is on 43. I'll say this is pretty much even Stevens.
Yeah, Luke in Solihull says, I'm a Bears fan and excited to watch Krunal Pandya in particular. You may see him at bowl in a moment. Luke, I'm sorry to hear Sibley, Hose and Stone will be leaving us, but thank you to each of them for their efforts in a Warwickshire shirt. So Stone is going to Notts.
Sibley's going back to Surrey, isn't he?
Yes, and Hose is going to Worcestershire. And he says, with this being the first game of the Royal London, what do you expect to see from Gloucestershire in this competition?
I expect them to win it. No, I don't expect them, but I think they'll be up there. I think they've got a good chance because I think they've got. I think they underachieved. We had Jack Taylor on the stream here, didn't we? And they underachieved in the T20 by not qualifying. And I'm expecting them to qualify out of this group. But this is a tough start for them. This is a big game.
Here's Pandya into the action for the first time. First sight of spin.
There we go, Luke from Solihull. You've got your man on.
Decent record. 89 wickets at 31. That's in 76 matches in this format. Obviously he's played some ODIs for India as well, just a handful. Pandya up for short run. That's very short. It's hit the pad of Ollie Price. And I don't know, has he hit the pad? Has he hit him on the head? I wonder if it's hit him on the helmet there, and therefore it's gone up into the grill, and there will need to be concussion protocols observed to Ollie Price. That's where there's a stoppage in the action. Drinks are being brought out for the Warwickshire fielders. Ben Charlesworth coming out with what looks like a drink for Ollie Price, but somebody needs to bring out a new helmet. Here's Chris Powell on physio duty, of course, during this tournament, because Dave Bartlett is off with the Welsh Fire in the 100.
He's in a beta, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, okay, you may be having a day off or two before that, but
yeah.
Chris Powell just...
I saw on his Facebook he's out in a beta, looking rather relaxed and tanned and looking very well. So if you're listening in, Dave, hello, mate.
So, Ollie Price, he's just had a cursory check, maybe because it didn't actually clonk him on top of the head, but just went, looks like it may have gone into the grill on the left-hand side. It's Chris Powell's obviously happy enough that he can continue.
Yeah, Krunal Pandya, brother of Hardik, and his father Himanshu was a big cricket fan, and they started training at Kiran Moray's academy in Vadodara, which I think is it's in the Gujarat. That's where they were born. They were born up at Ahmedabad, which is where where that wonderful stadium is there, isn't it? That new stadium they built at Ahmedabad is absolutely fantastic. But Pandya's been bought by the Mumbai Indians in the last auction.
Here he is, very short run, and tosses that up, and it's pushed out by Price for a single. But so three good left arm spinners on duty today. Safar Gahar and Tom Smith for Gloucestershire, but Pandya's got a slip in. Start of his spell. Wells prepares to face him. Oh, I'm not sure he knew where that had gone, and he's got to be quick here. They've scampered through for a single.
Highest score of 133 not out in List A. Average is 37, which is pretty decent.
But I find because he bowls as well, and swept in the air and safe. Risky from Ollie Price. It dropped between the keeper and Liam Norwell, who was at short fine leg. Got away with that a bit. And 96 for 3 at the end of Pandya's first over. That was the 19th of the innings. I'll just give you an indication of what's happening elsewhere around the country. I say there are other matches today in this competition, aside from the one here. There's an inspection at 1:30 in the Lancashire-Essex match. They've had no play there so far. At Trent Bridge, Notts are 85 for 3 against Sussex. Surrey are batting at Guildford, 76 for 2 in the 20th.
Rhodes in from the Chapel End, and that's played firmly back to him.
Hit the stumps, actually.
Oh yeah, hit the stumps and ended up in Rhodes' hands. So I was blocked there by Jack Shantry at square leg, blocking my view.
Worcestershire 110 for 4 against Kent after 21, and Yorkshire 64 without loss after 12 against Northants. That is 46 overs aside. They had a slightly delayed start.
That's just chopped down to the man at backward point. So a couple of dot balls to start Rhodes' over.
And at Derby, Derbyshire 36 for 5 against the holders Glamorgan.
Wow.
And we've mentioned Glamorgan only lose Michael Hogan, so they've got a chance to pick a strong team.
Yeah. That's just tucked round the corner.
Just a little bit of I just thought of
single.
this. Single. I just thought of this now, actually. It was said in the old days of the Gillette and the Nat West that if Gloucestershire ever got to a quarter-final, they would play a quarter-final at Cheltenham at the end of the festival, an extra day. It only happened once.
That's played out to Pandya at mid-off for a single.
And I will just try and find the year, because I know that one particular player played in that year.
77.
No, it was later than that. It was so. Let me find him.
Rhodes in. That's cut pleasantly. Good work though in the gully from Craig Miles. Or backward point more than gully.
1992 it was.
92.
Gloucestershire played Essex here. As you imagine, it was packed. Gloucestershire batted first, and I think Graham Gooch got 100, and Essex won quite easily in the end.
Good player. That's chopped down to third. That's going to be the 100 up. They're going to get 2. So that brings up the 100 after 20 overs exactly. Just an hour and 23 minutes gone this morning. And
the reason I knew it was that year. I didn't know it was that year, but I know that Justin Vaughan played for Gloucestershire that year. New Zealander. That was his 1 year at the club, and he played in that match.
was he a success?
I think
if he was here for
modest,
1 year, probably
modest
not.
success.
Yeah.
Modest success.
Yeah. We spoke about overseas and obviously.
But you know, you'd love to have a quarter-final in this tournament here now, but the timing of it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Pandya to continue in his second over. That's punched off the back foot by Ollie Price out to Matthew Lamb. A short cover. He's got a short cover and a short mid-wicket, Pandya here, and he's racing through his overs. that we can say.
We spoke about overseas and the marquees. I gave a talk to
you did.
a crowd, about overseas, and obviously Warwickshire fans will remember one of the best ones that they had in. I'll come on to it.
Pandya in, patiently punched back by Wells. 47 from 45 he is at the moment. The feed is very slightly in arrears at the moment. Wells again, trying to catch it, but it was all along the floor. Up to Dom Sibley.
They've had some fantastic overseas at Warwickshire, and people like Sean Pollock, Brian Lara, some really, really good names.
Kalicharan and Kanai, for example.
Yeah.
Pandya, that's tossed up a bit, tries to tempt Price.
But then they also had Collins Aboya, who was a unmitigated disaster, I believe.
Pandya for about 3 paces. In and again, little bit aerial, just briefly from Ollie Price, but he's placed it well enough he can get a single up to Craig Miles. He's got 15, and he and Wells have just gone into third gear here a bit. They're not quite pressing as hard as they were earlier on. Gloucestershire conscious that they have lost Dent, Harris and Bracey already, and therefore there is a little bit more focus on the middle order. Jack Taylor in next, and then you're into the all-rounders, so got to try and keep wickets in hand.
Rhodes in, and Price plays that to mid-off. Scamper through for a single, 105 for 3. Price moves on to 16. Wells, who's about to face, is on 48. I like the look of Ben Wells. Got a little bit about him, hasn't he?
Yes, I wonder he would have known, when he would have known he was opening today.
Rhodes in, and
good placement.
Wells, they're looking for 2, but that's winning off the line there by Ethan Brooks out at the deep cover boundary.
Looking at the board now, you'd have to say that I'm not sure 300 is gettable from this position.
No. Rhodes in, and Price plays a defensive shot into the offside where they consider the single, but they don't take it on. Yeah, drop us a line, Bears fans. If you remember Colin Zaboya, and if you also remember the wonderful overseas players you've had as well. It's driven into the covers firmly by Price. Doesn't get any reward for it. Yeah, we apologise about that seagull crying into our outside effects, Mike.
There's the scenario with Ollie Price. He does, by and large, play very, very correctly.
Yep.
I think Wells is one who would improvise a little bit more, but at the moment they're just looking to tick the scoreboard over.
Like that. Exactly the point you made. As he punches one out into the V to Pandya, to Krunal Pandya at mid-off.
I think 250 would be an interesting chase. You've still got the potential of Jack Taylor behind these two, and Zafakar who can put back to ball.
Oh, and that's dropped. That's hit firmly back at Rhodes by Price. Let's have a look at this again on the screen. It was a tough chance. He was in his follow-through. They're never easy when you're in your follow-through. But, ooh, there's a few that have just gone like aerial, haven't there, this morning? Just sort of, I wonder if the pitch is stopping a little bit.
There was one of those ones, I mean, we've seen Burgess take an excellent catch down the leg side. That was one of those ones, because it was quite tight to him, it's kind of hard to go at it with two hands. So he's gone at it with one hand, and it's just bounced out. You know,
yeah.
Some days those will just stick, won't they?
Yep, certainly will. Krunal Pandya was signed for 2 crore. Crore? Is it?
Oh, Pandya's lost his run. He's just stopped. So he lost his run. Perhaps Consi was going to bowl a no ball there. That's beaten the dive of Hannon Dolby. It's well fielded on the boundary. They kept him down to a single. That's where Warwickshire really want to be cute here. They're reasonably okay with Gloucestershire just having singles. What they're wanting to do is to cut the boundaries off. And there is 50 for Ben Wells. 49 balls.
50 for Ben Wells.
6 fours and 1 6.
49 balls, 6 fours, 1 6.
So he's not only justified his selection, but justified his position in the 11 at the top of the order. Price tries to sweep. Half an appeal. So it's good disciplined cricket from Warwickshire at the moment. They've only bowled one wide, and we've only seen one leg by. So out cricket has been tidy so far. Oh, really tossed up by Pandya. Much slower ball that's going to go past Liam Norwell. He won't hold that in, I don't think. And neither will the chaser on the boundary either. I think is Ethan Brooks, and Price will get 4. That was really tossed up above his eye line, and Price waited for it and paddled it away.
Got a question for you in the over.
I'm no good on Indian currency, Dan. Off the back foot from Price this time. That's a good punch through the offside. That won't be cut off by. That's 4 more.
So Krunal Pandya was signed by Mumbai Indians for 2 crores in Indian rupees, which is 20 million Indian rupees. How much is that worth?
I would have no idea. Well, sterling, no idea.
Sterling.
Price defence. No idea.
I've got it here. Yeah.
What is it worth?
208 grand. It's not bad for like 6 weeks' work, is it? Almost as much as you're on, Ian. Yeah. You'll be giving you a run for your money, Ian.
Yeah. Is there not some? I'm sure that I read somewhere that the player does not receive all of the fee.
Right. Well,
I think this.
I know in the 100, and I'm going to come on to it now. After Rhodes comes, and that just goes backward, runs it down to third. So, firstly, you can see when salaries like that are being thrown around, you can see why the administrators are worried about the future of test level cricket in the future, and will franchise cricket take over the world? Because we're seeing some sides move into other countries, aren't we, around the world? Rhodes in, and that's beautifully driven there by Ollie Price. He's hit 3 4s in his last 3 balls, and he looks to be opening up his shoulders a little bit here, and that's a lovely shot. So there's that, but also I know that people in the 100, some counties are taking away the 12th of their salary because they're not going to be around for a while, and also they're subject to 50% tax here. That's defended. So for instance, say a player gets 50 grand in the 100. Yeah, say a player's 50 grand. He would have 12% taken away, so he'd go down to what, 43 and a bit.
No. If he's taking 12%, is not
Of 50 grand.
Yes, but that's not a month's salary, though, is it? Because it's 100 divided by 12, not 100 divided by 8.
That's just worked into the onside.
I know what you mean. It's a month's salary is 8.33% of the total. Because he's paid for 12 months of the year.
Yeah.
But you said it was 12%.
Sorry, yeah.
I know
yeah, sorry. It's a 12th. Yeah, it's a 12th.
It's a 12th, yes.
Yeah. So it's still 43 or whatever. That's worked pleasantly by Wells. Out to long on. So that'll take it down to 43, which generally he's probably going to be on 80 grand from his county as well. So he'd probably be subject to 50% tax at that level. And so the player will still receive, 22 grand or whatever for 4 weeks work in the 100. Open the face and just run down by Ollie Price. That completes the over. 125 for 3 after 24 overs, nearly at the halfway stage. Yeah, so I mean it's still, it's still not a bad month's wage, is it?
No, Paul Hibbard sent us an email about that game in 1992. That and he says, I was at that match. It was standing room only, 10 rows back. I believe either Don Topley or Mark Ilott played and took wickets in that game. I think Ilott did play, actually. I'm just trying to find the card from that game just to see if Paul's memory is accurate. Pulled away on 1 bounce 4 by Ollie Price. He's played quite a few shots through the V, particularly on the offside, and that boundary means that these two have now put on 51 together in 10.4 overs.
Yeah, Ilott's coach George Scott, who's in the Gloucestershire side, head of cricket at St Albans School in Hertfordshire.
Pandya pushes that bit further up, and he's clean bowled Ollie Price. May have turned, or did he just play down the wrong line? Did he go off the pad? Has he been given out LBW? He has been given out LBW. I thought it had bowled him initially, but Pandya's appeal upheld by umpire Jack Chantry. And an important wicket for Warwickshire with that stand just threatening to push Gloucestershire on. And now with a new 2-year contract announced today, skipper Jack Taylor in at number 6. But Gloucestershire to be 4 down with half the overs still left means even Taylor's aggressive instincts probably might have to wait for a little bit.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire are probably slightly in the ascendancy here. I know Gloucestershire have got 129 on the board, but having taken 4 wickets, Gloucestershire need to be careful and need to not lose any probably now for the next at least 10 overs. So, because what you want wickets in hand where you can have a little bit of a dip at the end. And Gloucestershire just need to be very careful here.
So Pandya to skipper Jack Taylor. Pushes out on the offside, fielded by Matthew Lamb. Taylor waits. Pandya's
very quick.
Yeah, he's varied his delivery so far already. Tossed a few right up. And as I say, he's literally racing through his overs.
Yep, I think an experienced player here would go and do a little bit of gardening and not allow him to do this.
It was risky from Taylor to pay back to that, but he's got away with a single. And Pandya has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21. A good introduction for him so far.
Yeah, I think if Gloucestershire get double the score here, because really you're looking at double the score from 30 overs, aren't you? That's the barometer. I'm not talking about the barometer in your hallway, and that's the barometer in 50 over cricket, is to take the score at 30 overs and double it. But I don't think Gloucestershire will get 300 here, or if they do, it would have been a damned fine effort. Chris Dent, the first man out, bowled by Craig Miles for 23. Marcus Harris nicked off to Burgess off the bowling of Hannon Dalby as Will Rhodes comes in. Taylor plays that one firmly back to him. Harris went for 7. James Bracey was then strangled a little bit down the leg side, but it was a fantastic bit of wicket keeping by Michael Burgess to dismiss him for 9 off the bowling of Craig Miles. And Ollie Price has just departed towards the pavilion, having been trapped LBW by Krunal Pandya. Rhodes in, and Taylor plays that one back with a square. That's going to be 4 runs. That beats Hannon Dalby round the corner there. Can't get around to that, and that was whipped.
Yeah, just manufactured that really, because there was no foot movement at all. And just credit to Paul Hibbard, good memory. Mark Arnott did in fact play in that game in 1992, Gloucestershire against Essex, quarter-final of the NatWest here at Cheltenham. Gloucestershire 236 for 7. Bilati made 59. Essex 240 for 4. Graham Gooch 105 not out.
Taylor just runs that one down to 3rd.
So
single,
one with actually just under 3 overs to spare, but 6 wickets in hand. That's pretty comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah. Graham Gooch.
You knew how to bet.
Never got enough runs, son. Well bowled there by Rose. Just rolls his fingers over that one. A little bit slower.
Tempted to
Just
say
subtle variations of pace here from
this
him.
doesn't look the worst toss to win for Warwickshire, to bowl first in these conditions, with the chances are that we believe he's going to get a bit brighter, a bit sunnier later on.
Yeah. If Ian Randall's barometer says it will be, then it will be. That's cut firmly out to deep cover. Out to Smith out there.
So Warwickshire have used 5 bowlers already. So Ethan Brooks is kind of the, looks like Ethan Brooks is the backup here. Hasn't been used yet.
Rhodes, sorry, into Taylor, who plays it into the covers for a single. 137 for 4 at the end of the 26th. Taylor on 7. Ben Wells 53 off 53 balls. And I'm looking forward to watching Rob Yates bat later. I haven't just really seen much of him. I saw a little bit of him in the Bob Willis Trophy final last year. There was a lot of talk about him. I think there were 4 batsmen to 1,000 runs last year in the county championship, wasn't there? There was Jake Libby, there was Rob Yates, there was Sam Robson at Middlesex, and David Beddingham up at Durham. And Yates, people were talking about a potential England player. He's only 22.
Here's Pandya to continue. Jack Taylor
And
on strike.
I believe that he did a press conference and went back to his university studies, because I think he's doing zoology.
Pandya around the wicket. Taylor again.
And was writing a thesis on the lowland gorillas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Specialist subject.
Well, you'll see a lowland gorilla in the Mascot race here at lunchtime with Alfred the gorilla, the Gloucestershire mascot. He'll be out and about, fresh from his win at Edgbaston.
Pandya around the wicket. Taylor goes up to long on this time, because Miles is pretty deep there. Got long on and long off back. Sibley and Miles.
That would be a Grade 1 Mascot race, wouldn't it? Winning the the T20 finals day. It would be a.
Miles goes back here, and he has to be there. For, well, those awkward bounce over Michael Birch might have been an overthrow, but for some good backing up from Ollie Hannon Dolby. .39 for 4, chopped away by Jack Taylor. He's beaten Hannon Dolby, and that will run away all the way to the third man boundary for 4.
That's a lovely shot.
By bringing third man up, he's trying to entice Taylor to play that shot, and there was just enough room for him to steer that down in front of the members.
I really
for 4.
Enjoy watching Jack Taylor bat. I saw him in the T20, and he's a clever batsman, isn't he? He's innovative, and he engineers shots out of nowhere, and I love watching him play.
Did well in the tournament last year. One run to call here up to Sibley. Averaged 51 last year, made 3 50s in 7 innings.
What he's got the biff. You see him strike 6s down the ground, but he's also got the subtlety, as you saw with shots like that there, where he just delicately opens the face and runs it down.
Well, nothing much has happened for Will Rhodes from the College Chapel end, so they're going to bring Norwell back. Rhodes has bowled 5 overs for 26, and largely it's been single.
Yeah.
So I want you to think, well, we've got to change this. And also, I've noticed that Ethan Brooks has been warming up. So, I mean, I have to say, Pandya, 5 overs for 28. Been some boundaries. He's been driven, but you'd say, well, that's fine as a spinner. Anyway, here's Norwell.
Oh, that's a nice shot there from Jack Taylor. He's got it wide of the cover, but he's quickly round there. Ethan Brooks, and cuts off the second Run. You're not a fan of the Warwickshire shirts, then, Ian? Blue and black?
It's not the most lively combination of colours, is it?
You don't think they'll be doing a roaring trade in the ball ring? No?
Possibly not.
Or Dudley Market? No, well, Ian. That's well bowled. That beats Ben Wells.
Well, they might just think they've got the two right-handers in. They've got Pandya bowling at the moment, obviously. Well, I wonder if they might think about giving Rob Yates a couple of overs. The question is, how late do you wait if you've got a part-time spinner to bring them in? Nor will know this ground obviously well from having played here for Gloucestershire during his time. Actually was part with Craig Miles of a big last wicket stand in a pretty much a lost cause situation against Worcestershire in a championship game. I think they still hold the record actually for the record 10th wicket partnership.
Norwell. Yes, that's run down to third. Oh, and that's a misfield there. They're going to take a second. Smith there, the youngster, misfielding. And they get through for a second.
Just got a bobble there.
Yeah.
On the outfield. It's very
dry.
It is very hard still.
These middle overs in 50 over cricket, they're you just keep the scoreboard ticking, don't you? Try not to lose wickets. Try and hold your wickets back for the end. Norwell comes in to Wells, who just nudges that one again. So we see there just the singles ticking over. As a bloke from Warwickshire once wrote, these are much ado about nothing. And you just keep your wickets in hand for the end of the game.
Wells dealing mainly in singles now. 6 fours and a 6 in his half century.
Norwell past the umpire. Jack Taylor just sort of whips that one straight. I think it was outside the off stump, and he's worked the bottom hand into it and whips it past. Score on to 149 at the end of 28 overs.
Just throws his sweater to Ben Charlesworth.
There's the bowling figures on your screen.
That says he's here for a serious amount of time, he hopes. Pandya is going to continue.
I think it's such a massive, massive boost for the club. Jack Taylor signing that contract, especially after the news of Benny Howe yesterday as well. Benny Howe's off to Hampshire, which is a blow for everyone. He's been here 10 years and he's one of the best white ball cricketers in the country, isn't he? So Jack Taylor's signing will be a real boost to Gloucestershire fans.
And you cannot blame Howe. Hampshire offered him a 3-year contract, which at 33 you would say is a good deal, and Jack Taylor has just cleared the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
By a considerable distance as well.
Clear straight mid-wicket. That went a long way up, and when it came down it was just over the wicket, that white picket fence around the ground. But Pandya won't, in a sense, he won't mind he's played that shot, because he will be confident he can tempt him into one that is a misjudgment. He's got 27. Jack Taylor already.
If we thought he was going to be a little bit circumspect, and he certainly hasn't done that, has
21, I should say, 21. Bottom edge of the bat this time. He does just strike a clean ball. We need a captain's innings for him in this position. would like these two to still be in 10 overs time. And then Gloucestershire might be thinking about maybe 280 might still be on. He takes his jumper. Wind just picking up again a little bit. His most expensive over. 1 for 34 from 6. So all the Warwickshire bowlers going at much the same run rate here. 2 wickets for Miles, 1 for Hannon Dalby, and 1 for Pandya.
Is it a surprise? I mean, Sibley and Yates are both quite conservative as opening batsmen. I'll come on to it after this ball from Norwell. Defended. Is it quite a surprise to see Sibley and Yates at the top of the order in white ball cricket for you, Ian?
If they are their two best batters outside the T20, then I think yes, you should pick them, and particularly with you know, some of the other batsmen they've lost to the 100.
One there to
free financial advice given on the stream.
Oh, we like that.
Jeff Leonard says currently the higher rate of tax of 40% applies between 50,271 and 150,000. Anything more than that is charged at 45%. There is no current 50% tax rate.
If they brought that down then, because there was a 50% tax, wasn't there? I think a couple of years ago. Maybe that's been brought down. Perhaps, I don't know. It's I'm having not earning in that bracket.
We're nowhere near that, you see. So
not earning in that bracket, it's not something that currently affects me, Jeff. But thank you very much for your email and your free financial advice. And if you have any tips for me to get into that financial bracket, Jeff, please do let me know. I
got an email about Justin Vaughan too from our good friend Jerry Wolstenholme, who said he arrived at the ground for that NatWest quarter final at 5 o'clock.
Norwell, that's played out to long on for single.
He says 5 a.m. to find huge queues.
At 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, one spectator had travelled from the Falkland Islands. Gucci scored 105 not out to win the game, as you said, and the Man of the Match award. As for Justin Vaughan, he was an unknown quantity when he made his first appearance at Cheltenham against Yorkshire. It was only his second game. That match was only his second game for the club.
Norwell past the umpire, and that's flicked. Oh, and that's just landed short of Dominic Sibley out at deep square. It's casually flicked there by Wells and got away with that one.
The match against Yorkshire, Gloucestershire won. Vaughan scored 80 and put on 64 with Courtney Walsh to win the match. As your correspondent suggested, it was jam-packed. The sun shone throughout. A great day, except that Gloucestershire lost. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Jerry, thanks for that. I do remember it being absolutely like a sardine tin.
Well, and that's out. Jack Taylor just got one that stopped on him there a little bit. We've seen a few stop on players recently, and that's just stopped on Jack Taylor, and he's chipped it to Matthew Lamb at cover, and he departs for an entertaining 22.
Yeah, but he would say, and he would know this himself, 22 doesn't win you the game from here.
No, it doesn't. And Gloucestershire,
the card is in danger of becoming Ben Wells plus some bits and pieces, isn't it? And Wells will know that he's got to really play a responsible knock here. I would feel pretty sure that Zafar Gahar will come in next.
Yeah, he will.
Indeed, he will.
He will. Yeah, and Ben Wells, is on 59 out of the total of 158 for 5, and. But this game is on a knife edge here.
It's the overs scenario now, isn't it? Where you've got you've lost 5 wickets with 30 overs gone. And there is now Wells having a chat with Zafar Gohar, whose natural inclination would be to play a few shots, and that's kind of fine at 40 overs, but at 30 he's really got to be quite careful here, I think.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Zafar at 7. I think he could easily bat at 6 or 7 in the championship side. I think he's a good cricketer. He likes to stay leg side of the ball and crash it through the offside, and he's certainly given us some fine entertainment this summer, hasn't he?
Well, Pandya's been taken out of the attack here, and Craig Miles is coming back. So Miles from the college lawn end this time, and dabbed into the offside by Wells. No run. So he has, as you say, Dan, he has 59, and then 3 others have got past 20 but got out.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge.
Yeah, I wonder if
Gloucestershire don't want to be bowled out in 42 overs, do they?
No, they definitely don't. No, but I wonder if a little bit of rain around this morning has freshened up the wicket slightly, perhaps. I thought that one stopped on Jack Taylor a little bit.
Miles, this high-stepping run played by Wells up to mid-off.
And we've seen a couple stop on Wells earlier as well, and we saw a couple stop on Ollie Price, and I wonder if it's been a very dry period, as we know, and I wonder if the rain has just freshened up the wicket a little bit. There's something in it.
Well, I'd say, to me, when I left the house this morning, it looked like a bowling day.
Yeah.
If you won the toss, and Warwickshire called correctly. Miles in. Wells drives and Master Welton field it off his own bowling.
Yeah, I came through some heavy stuff just outside of Oxford this morning. So I think that if you get one properly, I think, today.
I say the forecast was might be some drizzle around, and here we are with the clock just about to tick round to 1 o'clock. Any drizzle would be in the morning, and any sort of sunny intervals would be mid-afternoon onwards. Miles past umpire Chantry, pulled by Wells on the hook, but he's played it down really well. There's a slight fumble, but they've got the throw in quickly and kept Gloucestershire down to a single.
Jack Chantry, as we said earlier, his father Brian played for Gloucestershire, and he was supposed to be not the most generous man, Brian Chantry, who saved money on taking his 2 boys down to the local Lido, teaching them to swim by hurling them into the local canal with the shout of "watch out for the barges."
So Zafar, left-handed of course, looks for Miles, plays that into the ground, thinks about a single, it's a sharp one. Oh, and he had 2 chances of a run out there. Pandya's throw, I think, really was aimed at the bowler's end. It missed that, and then wasn't that far off from the keeper's end either. Both of them might have been struggling here. Here's a second look at it. Miles doesn't gather it in. Pandya's right there though, and actually he was probably slightly closer at the keeper's end than at the end closest to him.
That would be a nightmare for Gloucestershire, wouldn't it, if Ben Wells was run out now? It'd be a Western, as they call it, a supermare.
Pandya's out at long on at the moment. Miles to bowl once again to Wells, who finds him with another shot that goes for a single, and there could be lots of singles here. And here is the replay of the catch that James Bracey got out to. Michael Burgess down the leg side, one-handed.
Great bit of work.
Very, very good. Very good agile wicket keeping. And big wicket, you would have thought.
Yeah, Burgess had a good season. They signed Alex Davis from Lancashire, didn't they, last year, who was wanting the gloves, and he's struggled a little bit since the move to his new county. And Burgess managed to have a very good season. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going to come back into the attack. 1 for 34 of 6 overs. So as they scamper through for a single, and that's tight. Zaffer just about gets home. A better throw there from Miles. Zaffer might have been struggling there.
Yeah, Michael Burgess averages 46, north of 46 in the championship. 745 runs he's got with 200s.
Yeah, he's had a good year. And what's Davis averaging?
Davis 28.6.
Which
487.
Which, consider the fanfare around his move from Lancashire last year, is probably maybe a little disappointing. Zaffer defends that one, and Miles is sharp in from point, doesn't allow the single to be taken. 162 for 5, Zaffer on 1. Wells is on 62 from 67 balls here. It's been a good knock from the youngster. Second time we've said that in 3 days. After his 124 here against Wiltshire. And that is pulled by Zaffer. And he's nearly gone down the throat of Krunal Pandya down there, but he's taken it one bounce.
He will take that shot on. We've seen that before in this festival, in the Red Bull matches. I think it was that sort of barrage of Hampshire quicks who weren't afraid to bowl him the short stuff.
He's certainly not dull, is he?
And he was prepared to play the hook shot to them.
Just a reminder, we've got the Mascot race. And Dolby bowls, driven to cover by Wells. We've got the Mascot race here at lunchtime, or in the interval. And they'll be on the stream. Alfred the Gorilla, fresh from his T20 victory against all the other mascots. He'll be here leading the charge at what is the Cheltenham Gold Cup. Was it the champion hurdle?
Well, yeah, there are no hurdles on the outfield though, that's the thing.
Just run down. Yeah, there'll be obstacles. Or do you fancy a Grade 1 flat race, Ian? Do you just fancy a sprint?
No, but
like Newmarket, a flat sprint.
Yeah, but see, a flat race at Cheltenham is called a bumper.
Okay.
A National Hunt flat race is called a bumper.
Okay. Yeah. We're in prime racing territory here, aren't we?
Gold Cup Day will be 70,000 at Cheltenham, or very close to it.
Well, Zaffer about to face Hannon Dolby, who just nudges him into the onside. That's 32 overs gone.
.158 for 5 off 30, Gloucestershire. So Jack Taylor's wicket coming off the last ball, in fact, of the 30th over. So 48 for 1, and then really there hasn't been a big stand since then. The biggest, in fact, 51 when Price was out. Price and Wells added 51. So just when Warwickshire might have thought they were in danger of losing a bit of a grip on things, they've managed to come up with a wicket. Miles from the College lawn end into the mid-wicket on the bounce.
There's another one there that sort of stops, sticks in the pitch a little bit, doesn't it? And it doesn't go along the floor, it just goes in the air for quite a while. I think you have to play it quite late on this pitch. I don't think it's the prime batting surfaces that we've seen in the county championship games here.
Miles's run starts just outside the circle here at Cheltenham. Quite off the middle. Rob Yates has been busy in that area at mid-wicket.
So do you go to the Gold Cup here? Are you a Gold Cup man?
So I have worked at the festival.
Yeah. In a commentating capacity?
In a reporting capacity.
Okay.
I would not call myself a racing commentator, no.
I'm more of a point-to-point man myself.
Oh yeah, I kind of, from your part of the world I can imagine that.
Donkey Derby.
Miles in, dabbed, and the cry was yes from Wells and no from Zafar there as it went to Sibley at point.
The last race course from my part of the world was shut down in 1970. The old frying pan at Alexandra Palace.
So Ascot and Epsom.
Yeah, they're a little bit further afield. Chelmsford.
Chelmsford doesn't seem to have the ring of Ascot or Epsom, does it?
No.
Miles past umpire Chantry will pull with no backlift at all, and that will go for 4. Pandy won't be able to cut that off. That was just the right length for Wells. Didn't keep.
It wasn't that short.
See what his footwork's like here. Actually, he's just played it almost from a static position, just judged the length and pulled it away down towards the old Patesians marquee. They are standing 3 deep outside the Patesians today. 168 for 5 in the 33rd over. Miles to bowl to Wells, who will advance his score to 68 with another single. Whatever decision may have been made about not playing Ben Charlesworth today, Wells is certainly staking his case for certainly the first half of this tournament, you'd say. With this knock.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I think if...
Zafar waits for Craig Miles, and plays it into the ground. Out to Yates at short extra. End of Miles is over. He's taken 2 for 34. The wicket shared by the Warwickshire bowlers. In fact, only Rhodes doesn't have one. And Gloucestershire 169 for 5 after 33. And it's the wickets column that you feel is going to restrict the total here. 5 and over from here, they'd probably say was not a bad outcome for the last 17 overs. They want a bit more than that perhaps, but that'll be a starting point.
And Dalby in, and that's defended by Wells. Paul Hibbard, our friend with good knowledge of many and varied topics, pulled in by Yates, has sent us an email saying that I recall Brian Chantry's first wicket in county cricket was that of Brian Rose at Bristol on debut in a championship match. He was called up from local cricket in Stapleton, says Paul. And he also says, I think the National Hunt Flat Race is called a bumper because in days gone by, these races were ones were open to amateur jockeys who used to bump up and down in the saddle. Ah. So yeah, Alan Dalby just holding that one back there, varying his pace. Clever bowling. 1 run off it though.
And Tom Wade has sent us the full scorecard of that game in the NatWest Trophy here in 1992. That Gloucestershire team: Dean Hodgson, Bill Athey, Tony Wright, Mark Alleyne, Richard Scott, Jack Russell, Justin Vaughan, Courtney Walsh, Martin Ball, Mike Smith, and Andy Buppington. There's a long tail in that team. Courtney batting at 8.
It's nosebleed territory, isn't it? And then Dolby going around the wicket and played out through the covers by Zaffer. It's that time of year that contracts are being signed.
Justin Vaughan made 54 not out in that match. And he bowled 9 overs for 41. The Essex team, I'll give you in a minute, because that was quite a strong side too.
Oh, and it's going to get 4 runs by the look of it. No, it's excellent work there, down on the boundary.
It's George Garrett, who's a sub.
Yeah, he's on the 12th,
and they've run 3.
It was a harrow cut there from Ben Wells. Didn't mean to get it down there, and it had 4 runs written all over it. But Garrett, who's a big man, gets round there and gets down and cuts off the boundary. $174 for 5. Zaffer, who's on 3, about to face Alan Dalby, who just holds that one back again. Zaffer gets it around the corner to Krunal Pandya. That completes the over. 34 gone.
That Essex team from that game: Graham Gooch, John Stevenson, Paul Pritchard, Mark Waugh, Nasser Hussain, Derek Pringle, Mike Garnham, Neil Foster, Don Topley, Mark Eilert, Peter Such. That's a decent side, isn't it?
Yeah, Don Topley still around then.
Eilert took 2 for 67 in that game, so he was the most expensive. Foster 1 for 25 from 12. That was a miserly stuff. Here, Warwickshire persisting with the seamers, and Will Rhodes now from the College lawn end for the first time. Round the wicket, and just pushed by Zaffer out to Matthew Lamb. I'm not sure Ethan Brooks is going to get a bowl, you know.
No, I'm wondering if he won't. It's that time of year where contracts are signed, players start to move around, and news coming out of Somerset that Jack Brooks has signed a 1-year contract extension down there. 38 years old.
He was out on loan earlier in the season.
He went to Sussex on loan, but he had a very good game in the game against Warwickshire, actually, for Somerset. I think he picked up a number of wickets.
Rhodes round the wicket, turned into the leg side by Zaffer for a single. Kai Smith is out on the boundary.
Yeah, Brooks is he's had a lot of problems with Achilles. Yeah, both of his Achilles operated on.
Ouch.
After the Bob Willis Trophy final of 2020. He's a good cricketer though, been around for a long time, always there or thereabouts, a real threat with the ball.
Ben Wells again with a little dab for a single. He's only hit 1 boundary since he got to 50. So he's really, now he's on 73, so really is just trying to police these overs in the middle to get Gloucestershire maybe even to would you go as late as 45 with a chase?
I was thinking 42, 43. I think they don't want to lose any more wickets between 42 and 43.
Zaffer cuts, that's just out of the reach of the fielder, and he'll get 4 for it. The man at backward point, is that Miles getting slowly to his feet? Yes, it is. It was to his left hand. He's right-handed, of course, so it's to his wrong side, so to speak. Zaffer does pick up a boundary. Punch out past Rob Yates this time, but there is a cover sweeper in front of that Sanford Road stand. More jogging across the ground from Paul Pollard, moving from side to side. He and Jack Shantry umpires today.
Paul Pollard was a good player at Nottinghamshire, wasn't he?
He could hit a ball pretty hard.
Yeah.
Rhodes into Wells again. Just playing that sort of a measured shot.
Paul Johnson used to hit it pretty hard up there as well,
yeah.
didn't he? He used to give it a right whack.
So end of another over for Rhodes. 6 overs
183
for 34 for him. And Pandya is now going to change ends and come on at the College Chapel end.
Bashir Hassan, he used to whack it, didn't he? Bashir by name, Bashir by nature.
Garrett's just brought out the helmet for Michael Burgess.
Warwickshire fans will remember those halcyon days of Paul Smith and Gladstone Small used to live together. Gladstone Small came back once to find Paul Smith as a young man whose culinary skills weren't quite up to the mark and had cooked a tin of baked beans in the kettle once.
In the what?
In the kettle.
Oh.
Here's Pandya to Wells, who plays that one out into the covers. Yeah, it's one of those old ones he's put on the hob. Won't cook beans in the kettle, though. I think they've not done any washing up. And that's reverse sweat, but he doesn't get hold of that.
First time we've seen that from Wells today.
Doesn't need to go early, doesn't need to go this early. Keep the wickets in hand. Here's Pandya. Wells plays into the covers. As long as they've got the wickets in hand, they don't want to get skittled here for 2:30. Oh, that's played into... Well, he tries to ramp that, but doesn't really get anything on it, and gets through for a single. Wells onto 75. Zafar onto 10. I think Pandya's going to stay around the wicket at the left-handed Zafar. Try and tuck him up for room around the leg stump, I think.
Yeah, he's got a long on back, as you would expect.
Yeah.
Mid-off is up.
So he's going to probably dart it into his legs here. I wonder if Pandya's going to try and sweep him past fine leg in that region there, but the man gets that one a little bit squarer. And goes, that's a single. 185 for 5. Zafar moves on to 11. And that's played back over the bowler's head down to long on in the air. Little chip from Wells. That's...
He's got to be careful with those little 9 irons, isn't he? Because
yeah,
he's got to place them absolutely perfectly.
His short game looks in fine touch, as they were saying, golfing vernacular.
So Pandya, how many overs has Pandya got left? 3.
3.
So he's got, in fact, what Will Rhodes has done here, he's got all sorts of options. He's only used 5 bowlers and he's got overs left from all of them at this stage. Here he is, the skipper coming in, and again the cry of wait from Wells, fielded again by Miles on the college square. So there are 2 squares on this ground. If you're not familiar with Cheltenham, the county square only used during the festival, never else at any other time, and the college square is towards the chapel end of the ground as part of the outfield. Wells on 76. Oh, and he skied that. That should be Sibley's, and it is. And he looks crestfallen now as he walks off. He tried to I suspect, just clip it into the gap, but Sibley judged it while he was almost on the rope. 2 strides forward, a short dive, and safe hands from the England opener. But Wells has held this innings together after an explosive start, and he walks off having made 76. And he got a good hand, and he raises his bat to the members' stand as he walks off.
Yeah, that's a big blow to the hosts there. And now the likes of Tom Smith, Tom Price, Zafar Gahar have to get this 250, north of 250.
They have to get 20 each here, aren't they, probably?
Yeah.
Unless somebody can get more than that. Tom Price has come in at number 8, so Tom Tom Smith at 9. He's actually Tom Price is a he got a pair in the Hampshire game here, in the red ball game, but he's shown some ability with the bat, and again, it's not a question of just batting for 3 or 4 overs here. He's got a little bit of time to just assess what's necessary. Rhodes in again. Tom Price defends. So 10 and 11 will be Paul Van Meekeren and Josh Shaw. But no, I say Ben Wells did all that could have been expected of him when he was named in the team today after that 100 on Sunday. Rhodes into Tom Price, steers that away. Fielded by Miles.
I thought, you know, I'm impressed with him. I know he's going to be disappointed there, but what I've seen from him, he scored 202 knocks, and I really like the look of him. I think he's a fantastic prospect.
13 overs after this. Rhodes into Tom Price. Clipped, the same as he passed Kai Smith, but he did actually pull off the stop, albeit it was only a partial stop at mid-wicket, and Tom Price off the mark. I wonder if, to come back to your point, Dan, about the ball perhaps just stopping a little bit in the pitch, I wonder if it's a pitch where you really feel you're in at any stage.
Yeah.
Rhodes, round the wicket, Zafar plays that into the ground. There's a nice looking shot. Again,
that's good cricket.
Yeah, prepared to scamper his singles pretty hard here, and he's prepared to take a little bit of a risk to the fielder.
Yeah, it's good cricket. You have to put the pressure on the fielding side, and he's hit that one quite firmly, and I've seen a lot of people misfield in that situation where they're trying to grab one, and it can be quite difficult to get through them.
So Pandya with 3 overs left, 1 for 37 he has at the moment. And the promised sunshine is just starting to filter through.
I trust you when it comes to the weather and local knowledge.
Well, the chapel's starting to show its proper colour now.
It looks lovely bathed in the sunshine, doesn't it? Oh, that's well bowled. That is well bowled. Pandya just throwing that one up a little higher and foxing Zafar Gahar. Bird just whips the stumps, whips the bails off, but no foot movement. Zafar just works that one into mid-wicket.
Switching the field now, bringing Yates up and sending long off back. So Yates is up on the single. Oh, he's probably giving him one there, to be fair.
Big cloud of dust there blows off the pitch, and that's short and pulled by Zafar, but you can only find Kai Smith at deep mid-wicket. It'd be interesting to see
Sorry.
which school of thought prevails here, won't it? Because Warwickshire have gone in with 1 spinner and 4 seamers. Gloucestershire have got 4 spinners in their side. And if the ball is stopping, or it's maybe a drying pitch, you do wonder which side are going to go best. That's dot ball,
Yeah,
Tom Price defence.
The balance of selection is, it is quite different. So you've got to say, well, okay.
Yeah.
Although I think the Warwickshire seamers have
Bowled very well.
Yeah.
That's tossed up a little higher by Pandya.
So
Price plays it out to the covers.
You know, Tom Price, Van Meekeren and Shaw have got to show the same discipline.
Certainly have, and hopefully it won't be like for Warwickshire's perspective, be like England and India in 1993, where India picked 4 spinners and England picked 4 seamers, and you can guess the result there. We were talking about Graham Gooch earlier. I think he was skipper on that tour, and he quite liked a seamer, didn't he?
Didn't mind the bowl himself, to be fair.
Yeah, he liked to do his impressions, didn't he, at the end of the
Yeah,
play?
and he did that too. Rhodes continuing from the college lawn end, and Tom Price again defends.
Alistair Cook's taking it over now, isn't he? It seems like an Essex opener thing to do. Have a little bowl at the end of play and go through your impressions. Lowe wasn't as good as Ray East over at Essex. Was absolutely off his rocker. Used to do his sawdust trick, where he used to pick up the sawdust in one hand, transfer it to the other, and pretend it's come out of his ear. He poured it in.
Rhodes in. Price tries to pull that away, gets it off the bottom half of the bat, and he'll just pick up one. Zafar is really, I think, waiting to just wind himself up a bit here.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire scored 58 between overs 20 and 30. Where they'll get to between 30 and 40. Rhodes in. Again, Zafar waits at the moment. They have scored 33, but they've lost, to be fair, only 1 wicket. And the wickets have, I say, they've fallen steadily. The card will tell you everything about that.
Yeah, well, we saw 63 for 1 off the first 10, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I wonder if the ball gets softer, because sides throw it into the ground then. They throw it into the dirt, don't they? And they get the ball softer.
Rhodes slashed really by Zafar. He tried to cut it, but didn't get it out of the way at the right angle. But Norwell's throw is in quickly, and again it's just a single. There's so much talk of this being a small ground. We've only seen 2 sixes in this innings. It says something about the way Warwickshire have bowled. Rhodes down the leg side, and that will be a wide. Commentator's curse. Just the second wide of the innings.
Yeah, they bowled with good disciplines, haven't they?
And Paul Fairbanks and Mark Robinson made the point ahead of the tournament that this is one that they do want to go hard at and win. Tom Price on 3. Rhodes to bowl to him. That's in the air, but it's going to be 2 bounces and a bit of a bobble. Out to, I think again, Ethan Brooks out on the deep square leg boundary. The crowd certainly got well into it in the first 10 overs. They're very attentive, I would say, here at Cheltenham. I know there's a big corporate market here today, but a lot of them are still well out of the front of the marquee. They haven't gone to their tables yet. They've maybe got 1:30. We need to watch as much as possible of this Gloucestershire first innings, or this Gloucestershire innings. So Rhodes just tying things up a bit. in that over. He's bowled 8 overs for 40. None of the bowlers have gone at less than 4 and over, but 3 of them have gone with an economy rate of under 5. So that's a. So it's still a point where Will Rhodes is trying to mix things up for these Gloucestershire batsmen. He's got 2 overs left of Pandya, 2 of his own allocation, and Norwell has got 2 left, so he may bowl out from this position.
Here he is, past the umpire, as Tom Price defends that one.
And of course, in 2 overs' time, Warwickshire can have 5 men out. So it really may be a question of Gloucestershire just trying to work the gaps and trying to pick up the singles off almost every ball.
Norwell, as Price runs that one down to 3rd. And another single onto the total. Cloud cover just coming in again.
Quickly scores from elsewhere. There's a delay at Derby. Derbyshire 108 for 8 off 28 overs against Glamorgan.
Ouch.
Inspection about now at Old Trafford, where they've had no play so far between Lancashire and Essex.
Norwell around the wicket. Zafar plays that one into the offside, and he's going to get 4 for it. Nice shot there by Zafar. Fielder couldn't quite cut that one off. I think it's Sibley out here. And lovely shot from Zafar.
What a dive by the man on the rope. Couldn't haul it in.
That's tucked round the corner, very fine. He's going to get 4 more. That brings up the 200 in the 40th over in 2 hours 35 minutes. And Zafar is key to Gloucestershire's total that they set Warwickshire here. He's on 22 of 22.
If he does get in, he's not afraid to play quite expansively.
Here he is about to face Norwell, and that's driven firmly but well fielded there by Matthew Lamb.
Other scores done, sorry, Trent Bridge knots 204 for 5 in the 42nd over against Sussex. Surrey 173 for 5 against Leicestershire in the 39th at Guildford. And Worcestershire 254 for 6 after 42 overs against Kent, so a big total on target at Worcester.
Norwell in, Zafar plays that one down the ground, well fielded there by, I think that's Rhodes, the skipper, down there.
And lastly, Yorkshire are batting against Northants at York. They are 230 for 1 in the 33rd over. So, racing along.
It's going to be a big total.
Harry Duke is 70 not out in that game. And in terms of the complete card, Will Frame made 143 from 107 balls.
Wow.
With 12 fours and 8 sixes.
Good player, Will Frame. He's one of the Sedbergh boys, isn't he? Coming through Yorkshire along with Harry Brook.
2 of the Northants bowlers, as you might imagine, getting a bit of tap.
Into the 3rd power play.
Ollie Dalby is back. sorry, it's Craig Miles, my apologies. Miles from the College Lawn end, and South Africa gets that off the bottom of the bat, but with 5 out now. There's a man at long on. He's just down the road, he's just not moving very freely. He's just hobbling a little bit. Maybe that's why he's taking himself out of the attack. Miles has got 3 overs left, including this one. Punched straight to mid-off by Tom Price. Looked like the picture of his brother there.
I think the members enjoyed that to our left, didn't they?
Yeah.
There was a gasp from them. Audible gasp.
Yeah, very good crowd in today here at Cheltenham for the start of this Royal London Cup. Turns at the end of this quite long but straight run. And that's a nice shot too by Tom Price, but doesn't get a run, doesn't pierce the field. Short extra, and I should have a shortish cover have been important positions today for those clips, either off the pads or the drive that isn't quite timed. Miles. Passed on past Chantry. Tom Price trying to open himself up there. Get a touch to the Gloucestershire card. Several starts, but Ben Wells' innings, the one that's held it together. 76 he made. Ollie Price 36, and then 3 other scores in the 20s, of which one is Zafar is currently at the non-striker's end. Miles to Tom Price, who's pulled that to deep square again, only for a single. I can see Hannon Dolby varying his pace in his last 2 overs as much as he's done in the first 8.
Yeah, definitely is. It's about varying your pace here. It's about trying to fox the batsman, trying to make a full shot, because if you bowl the same pace into the slot, you'll go.
Zafar waits for Miles. Again, quite a high back lift. Doesn't really time it, but he's placed it well enough to get one. Miles takes his hat at the end of the over. 2 for 37 he has. And very even spread among the Warwickshire bowlers. There they are, 5 bowlers used. The run rates all much about the same, and successes for all of them as well. Most of the spells have been quite short too, actually. Rhodes has kept Gloucestershire batsmen on their toes. Obviously he's always looking for wickets, and the biggest stand of the day, that between Ollie Price and Ben Wells for the 4th wicket, which was 51.
Norwell, last over from his Chapel end, and that's pulled by Zafar, but couple of men out there patrolling the boundary.
In 5 overs time, Zafar would have really wound himself up for that.
Yeah.
That was a more measured, even to spoke about the 9-iron earlier on, that was like a 5-iron, wasn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't need to go that early. There's a interesting aircraft coming through here.
Are you going to Staverton, I wonder? That's the local airport, by the way.
Price waits to face Norwell, and he pulls him firmly through mid-wicket and gets 4 runs. I think that'll be the one from Guernsey we saw last week. I reckon it's the same one. We're just finding out where that plane's coming from. Price on 10. And plays that unconventionally out to deep mid wicket. 213 for 6.
Gloucestershire are going to be asking all of their middle and lower order to get some runs here. Warwickshire's batting looks very concentrated in their top 5 or 6.
Yeah. Zaffer plays that out to mid-on where...
It's Lamb, I think. Is it Lamb there?
No, I think it's Sibley. I think it's Sibley at mid-on there.
Yes, it is.
There's a shy at the stumps. But Zaffer scampers home. He's on to 27. And that's played out to long on for a single. Zaffer runs the first one hard, as you're supposed to do. As every under 11 he's taught, run the first one hard and put the pressure on the fielder.
That assumes you get more than one. I very rarely got more than one.
Worked into the onside. He split the 2 fielders there, but he's only going to get 1. Tom Price is a little bit quicker between the wickets and Zaffer, and
Norwell, 10 overs, 1 for 56.
so that completes Liam Norwell's 10 overs. He's finished up on 1 for 56. Miles has got a couple left. And Dalby's got a couple left. Rose has got a couple left. And Pandya's got a couple left.
It's very neat accounting from
Oh,
Will Rhodes, isn't it, at this stage?
you a fan of neat accounting? You a fan of a...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unlike my writing, which is very scribbly.
And what about, say if you're writing 10,000, so between the 10, would you put a comma in there?
Yeah, generally, yes.
It's good etiquette.
So Rhodes, after 1 over from Miles, is now coming back from the college lawn end of the ground.
Matt Lamb just in front of us here.
Yeah, just checking where the skipper wanted him. He's away at deep mid wicket for Zafar Gahar. It's a slower ball outside the off stump, not giving us a wide. But he's got a strapping on his right elbow, and he's got like a tube, what I would call a tubey grip on his left elbow. Diving around on this hard outfield, you would get quite a lot of grazes potentially. Rhodes around the wicket to Zaffa, who chops him away. Oh, there could be a run out here for the direct hit, and the bounce goes over the stumps at the bowler's end. Sibley looks disgusted with himself because that was a sharpish single. Zaffa would have been a long way short. That's what we were talking about. He's had some risky running today. Getting to the stage now where they've got to risk a little bit. This is the 43rd over. Rhodes to Tom Price, and he's holed out to mid-off. Craig Miles with the low catch. Tom Price goes for 12, trying to clear him. And a well-judged catch by Miles, didn't need to move at all. It was a low one, but safe hands from the Warwickshire seamer, and Gloucestershire lose their 7th wicket, 217 for 7.
Yeah, that's 7.5 overs to go. Not sure he had to go just yet, but again, that's somebody caught in the covers or mid-off here. And we spoke about this ball sticking in the pitch a little bit. And I'm wondering if
spinners,
something that's going to be a recurring theme throughout the day.
Tom Smith and Zafar might really enjoy bowling on this pitch.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you just
Tom Smith is sponsored by Washrooms.
And here is.
we're just short of a length. The slower you bowl it, I think the harder it is to hit.
So here is the, dare I say, the reliable, the ultra reliable Tom Smith in at number 9. So just Van Meekeren and Shaw to come. Rhodes to bowl to Smith, who's just pushed that up to Lamb, and he will know that it's about just sticking around now and making sure Gloucestershire use these overs up. Even if they only score at 4 and over from here, that's the difference, as you put it, between getting skittled for 230 and possibly getting to 250.
Yeah.
Just give Zafar enough of the strike, still might be able to make a difference.
Fine margins can dictate white ball cricket.
Smith waits for Rhodes. Yeah, just a little dab off his pads down to deep square for a single. I think we can say with reasonable confidence now that Ethan Brooks is not going to get a bowl. I'd be surprised if he did. To make a difference with the bat today.
Matt Lamb in front of us again, who's product of Barnes Green Cricket Club. I think that's where Tom Banton's playing his club cricket in the Birmingham League.
Zafar waits for Rose to come round the wicket, and Lamb's off in pursuit of a little nudge into the leg side. Kai Smith is also there. Smith just gets there first. Again, it'll be 1 run.
Some good strong clubs in that league. Old Hill, Barnes Green. Some strong cricket in that neck of the woods. Tom Smith into the crease now. He's replaced Tom Price. A couple of Toms there. Somerset going to have 4 Toms in their side next year.
So
with Banton,
Abel, Banton, Lammonby,
and Cola Cadmore.
Yeah.
It's going from Yorkshire. There's more Toms than the alleyway round the back of your house, Ian Randall.
There's a sort of close to where I live. There is one of the soakaways for the city of Gloucester.
A soakaway?
Yeah. So it's one of the areas where all the excess rainfall goes to.
What, a drain?
In essence.
Yeah. And you're in. That's weight of shot there, and they think about a 2. Zafar just pumps that out to mid-on, and they thought about 2, but Tom Smith turns it down.
Yeah, there's a big area at outside the city, which is a multi-sports area called Plock Court.
Okay.
And the one end of that is actually one of the soakaways for the city. So
I didn't realise you've got docks in Gloucester.
Oh.
Pandya, Ian Smith defends.
So that area often floods.
The docks?
No.
Oh, the soakaway.
Plock Court often floods during the winter.
Oh, and that's misfielded. Smith's going to get 4 runs there. Oliver Hannon Dalby can't quite get down to that one. And a stick outside edge goes past him for 4 runs.
Here's a second look at this.
Yeah.
Just a little dab.
Wasn't an outside edge. It was actually deliberately played there by Smith. Just a single, possibly, to rotate the strike. He gets more than he bargained for there. It's cut where Matt Lamb can't quite cut that one off. Still gets a single. 225 for 7.
Zaffa's almost going to run a ball here without peppering the boundaries. He's playing, dare I say, at this stage quite responsibly.
And yeah, and Zaffa plays that one out into the onside. Smith runs the first one hard, but it's a clean pick up from Dominic Sibley there at long on.
And I don't want to be disrespectful to Zaffa here, but he has read the game situation very well in terms of what's needed from him when he came in.
Yeah. Smith just works that one away. 44 overs gone, 227 for 7. Zaffa Gahar 32. Tom Smith on 7. As Krunal Pandya's got 1 over left. He's 1 for 47 off his 9. Will Rhodes has got 1 over left. He's 2 for 43 off his 9. And 227 for 7. Well, 270, do you think? They'd be quite happy with 270 from this stage, wouldn't they? Considering 158 for 5 when Jack Taylor went. The game was in the balance a little bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rhodes is going to bowl out. This is his last over. Watch your skipper. Smith will just pinch us. I think he'll pinch 1. He might want 2 here, but he should get onto it quickly as he plays it out through mid-wicket. Warwickshire trying to make those possible 2s into singles here. They haven't let Gloucestershire run many 2s, actually. All work out there for Matt Lamb. Just raising his hat and wiping the perspiration off his forehead. Zaffa waits for Rhodes. Push that up to mid-off. There's a throw at the bowler's end. It doesn't hit. And Zaffa is just about home.
Punched his bat.
He's just starting to really push on the singles now. Only 5 overs after this. Tom Smith trying to give him as much of the strike as he can. He would know that Zaffa's probably got greater power than Tom Smith has in terms of clearing the rope. Rhodes to Smith, who is the archetypal sort of the nudger.
Yeah, I think, they'll have 2-3 overs here where they'll try and pick up 6-7 and over, and they'll just have a swing last 3 with 3 wickets in hand. They could have had a swing now if they'd had more wickets in hand. So probably look at that and look at it as a learning curve.
Trying to keep themselves genuinely in the game here. Zaffa's gone. He's got that away on the leg side. He's found the gap and it will go for 4. I think he probably meant to hit that a bit squarer than he ended up doing. Again, not a lot of foot movement. Here's a second look at it. But almost just swung it round with that, just planted the front foot and got it out of the reach of Kai Smith down in front of the Martin Stubbold scoreboard. Zaffa on 37. He's now the 2nd top scorer in the innings. Passing Ollie Price, who made 36 today. Batting at number 5. The LBW to Pandya. This is Rhodes' last over.
This is a tough game for Gloucestershire. First up against Warwickshire's side with undoubted pedigree in cup competitions.
Slower ball, almost difficult. That's 2 caught and bowls now that Rhodes has put down. That was a difficult one, almost as hard as the first one actually, in a different kind of way.
2 for 51.
A second look at it. Tom Smith on the drive, but unable to hold on. So if Pandya is going to bowl this over, which he is, that will leave Miles and Hannon Dolby to bowl out the last 4.
He said Miles Hammond Dolby. Threw me in, he threw me. Here's Pandya in, and that's finally swept from Zafar Gahar for 4 runs. Just a little feather round the corner. And moves him into the 40s. Nice shot.
He's got 3 half-centuries in List A cricket, Zafar.
Yeah, I think Pandya here needs to think about where he's bowling at Zafar. He's bowling from around the wicket to him. He's got 2 men for that one that's outside off stump. He's got a backward point and a short third. And he's just chucked one down the leg side there where he hasn't got any fielders. And Zafar gets him around the corner and then just takes the single, rotates the strike. Clever cricket.
On the 1, says skipper Rose to Liam Norwell.
That's bold Tom Smith there, just fired in. I think he gave himself some room. And was he bowled around his legs
Yes,
there?
he was.
Yeah, I think he just gave himself some room to try and work that leg side. And gets bowled around his legs. Yeah, just trying to work that one. So, Pandya strikes. Tom Smith departs for 9. And it's 240 for 8.
Josh Shaw in at number 10. I think the strategy will be fairly straightforward from Shaw.
Give Zafar the strike.
Yes, pinch a single and give Zafar the strike.
Give Zafar the strike, see what you can do.
The new batter, Josh Shaw.
4 overs to go.
Smith bowled by Pandya for 9.
Gloucestershire would take even another 20 from here. You would say would be handy. Any more than that
is a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Brucey bonus. Bruce Yardley bonus. Josh Shaw defends that.
Warwickshire are going to get through their overs in about 3¼ hours, which is credit to them.
Shaw nudges that one around the corner. They run the first one quickly, but young Kai Smith is quick off that line and keeps them down to 1.
So 2 balls left in the over here. I think Zafar might say, well,
I think he'd want a 4 and a 1, wouldn't he?
Ideally.
Yeah. He's got the 1. Actually, there was 1 ball left in the over, wasn't there? So, sorry, we both miscounted. So that's 2 for 54 for Krunal Pandya on his List A debut for the Bears.
So can Hannon Dolby and Miles see things out economically from a Warwickshire point of view?
From the college lawn end, Craig Miles.
Miles from the college lawn end. Back to Joey Wolstenholme's story of people queuing up 5 in the morning for that NatWest game here in '92. Certainly there were queues outside the members' gate at 9 o'clock, people getting into the car park certainly at 8:45.
This morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Even though the gates weren't open until 9 o'clock, people were making sure they were on the ground early. So Miles then with his penultimate over to bowl to Zafar, cuts that away, but it's straight to Sibley at backward point. Couldn't piece through it. 44 off 41 he's made. 5 boundaries.
Zafar Gahar is having an influence on every game of cricket he plays for Gloucestershire at the moment. Took 10 wickets in the game against Northamptonshire here. Also got a very crucial 38 with the bat in that game as well.
Miles to bowl to him. It's short. He plays almost like a tennis shot. And Miles stops it.
It's a catch.
Rings his hand, understandably.
It was a catch, I think. It was bizarre.
Well, okay, technically it might have been a catch, but Miles has certainly felt that.
Oh, 15 love.
Bold if you put your hand in the way there. Miles, is he going to be able to continue, we wonder?
It was like one of John Isner's serves, wasn't it?
It was a real smash, wasn't it? 4 balls left in the over. He's just... It's his bowling hand as well, of course. I'm not sure where this one might go. It's short. It's pulled away by Zafar. He's beaten Han and Dolby. There is a sweeper, I think, on the boundary. So they'll just pick up one. And that probably isn't what Zafar really wanted. He wanted a boundary there. And so Josh Shaw now to face Miles.
3 balls gone in the over.
Tip
47.
Tip and run for Josh Shaw, really.
Yeah. $250 is what they want.
It's a kind of psychological thing more than anything else, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. Definitely. You've hit the nail on the head there, Ian. So much cricket is played in the mind.
Miles at the end of his run. Shaw waits for him. Oh, and tries to steer that down through the vacant slip cord to very, very fine third man. Doesn't get a touch. And with a number 10 at one end, Warwickshire quite happy that Zafar is unable to do anything much, stood where he is on 45. Miles again to Shaw. We'll get a single now. That's off the 5th ball of the over. They want 2, but they won't get it. Throw is quickly in from third man from Hanan Dolby. And now Zafar's got to pinch a single off the last ball of the over. What will Miles' retort to that be, I wonder?
Joey Everson has joined Kent from Nottinghamshire. England under 19 player.
Yeah, that's a loan until the end of the season, and then a 3-year deal, I think.
Yeah.
Zafar on 45. Miles to bowl to him. It was a full toss, and he's hit it straight to Sibley.
Missed out.
Missed out there, really. That might have gone. Well, it could have gone over Sibley's head. He could have gone straight down the ground. It's a good over from Miles, a tight over. 2:44 for 8 with 3 overs to go. Has Everson done much for Notts today? Sorry, is he in the Kent team today?
Don't know. Let's have a look.
Change of bowling from the Chapel End, Oliver Hanan Dolby.
Everson. Oliver Hanan Dolby's going to come back here. Everson has... No, he's not playing. Oh yes, he is playing.
He's not had a bowl today.
Not had a bowl. It looks like he's going to open the batting. Yeah.
Kashivani made a century in that Worcestershire innings, and they are heading for a big score. 325 for 7 with 2 overs to go.
Just played down by Josh Shaw, down to third. We have got some wonderful, wonderful mascots here. Taking place in this race at lunchtime. Forest Green Rovers have got Neville the Green Devil in his debut. Is that a maiden you call that in horse racing?
Probably.
Yeah. Gloucestershire Constabulary have got Colin the Crocodile. I don't know why the police have got a crocodile. It's a bit unnerving, isn't it? That's played round the corner. That's clever cricket there from Zafar Gahar. He goes to ramp it. It wasn't quite there, so he just waits for it and plays it very fine down the leg side. And it evades Michael Burgess and Liam Norwell at short fine leg. The Cayman Islands, who sponsor Gloucestershire and sponsor the Cheltenham Festival, they've got the Sea Turtle, or Sir Turtle. Cheltenham Town have got Wadney the Robin. As Zafar goes to his 50 there, off 46 balls. Well played, Zafar Gahar. Strike rate of 108. 6 fours in there. Well played, Zafar Gahar.
Just the job you want a number 7 to do when they've got plenty of time left in the innings. Just a good, sensibly constructed half century. It's also taken Gloucestershire up to 250 as well.
Short. That's well bowled. Josh Shaw can't get that. And finally, Alfred the Gorilla, who's won 3 Mascot races out of 5. Got to be the favourite, hasn't he?
Probably.
If you were a turf accountant, you'd be having short odds on Alfred, wouldn't you? 10 to 11 on, I think. Shaw plays that backwards. They think about a single, but
it's the 5th ball of the over, so ideally Zafar would like Josh to nick a boundary here.
Yeah, but Rob Yates was quick there from point. Good cricket all round. Wonder where Josh Shaw's going to put this. I've got a feeling he might try and aim this one over the pavilion. And he's put that one straight down. Krunal Pandya's throw in front of us there. And that is the end of Josh Shaw. And Krunal Pandya takes his first catch in English cricket. Josh Shaw departs for 3. And the score is 250. For 9. Hannon Dolby getting his 2nd wicket.
What it does mean is that Zafar is on strike. 2 overs to go.
The new batter, Paul van Beekeren.
And now Zafar's got to police this now.
Caught by Pandya, the bowling of Hannon Dolby for 3.
Take them in 10s, Zafar.
Yeah.
270 would be great. 260 would be acceptable.
Yeah, I think they've got a par score at the moment.
Miles to start the penultimate over in his last, and Zafar's played off the bottom of the bat past Hannon Dolby. They want 2 here, but Pandya, he's going to try and take it, and Zafar could be run out. 2 chances of a run out, and both were missed.
It's all happening.
I'm surprised that Burgess didn't try and break the stumps at his end, because I think Zafar might have been struggling.
Well, I think he might have been as well, but he's obviously got the call there, hasn't he?
Van Meekeren doesn't fancy facing Miles, I suspect. Zafar on 52. The last pair at the crease. 11 balls to go, Miles in, and Zafar tries to swing that away down the leg side. Doesn't get a touch, it's not called a wide. Chantry just looking at where Miles's front foot was landing. Gloucestershire's top order held together by Ben Wells' 76. Some bits and pieces through the middle, and then the tail held together by Zabagahar here with 52 not out. Miles to face him. He's clubbed that straight, I think, over the fielder at long on, who is Will Rhodes, into the Prem Club marquee for 6. That's a big hit. That's the longest boundary on the ground. And even Rhodes, right on the rope and leaping up, couldn't quite haul that in.
Real West Country voice there showing. Go on, Zafar.
Clean hit, that.
It was a good hit.
You get the front foot out of the way again here. Miles to bowl to him. Oh, he's gone high in the air. That might drop safe, actually. Michael Burgess can't reach it. Norwell can't reach it. It's bounced over Norwell. It's gone for 4. But you couldn't make that up. That was really, really awkward for the fielder. So he said 2.
It's Sibley, isn't it?
2 near things. It's Norwell on the boundary.
Was it Norwell down there?
And it's bounced a long way. It's gone high in the air. Michael Burgess couldn't reach it. And then Norwell, thinking that it would bounce in a softer fashion than it did, saw it bounce over his head and go for 4.
It can be quite a lively place down there in front of that bar as well.
Zafar on to 62. Miles again. Down the leg side. Could be a wide. And will be. So this is an errant over from Warwickshire right at the end of what's been a pretty disciplined performance so far. And it's going to just change the field a bit. Rob Yates is going out now to where Rhodes was, and Rhodes has come in to mid-off so he can just have a word with his bowler. Miles again to Zafar. So the offside was a slower ball, and it's also called a wide, this time on the offside. So although your screen says Van Meekeren Norton, Zafar is actually in, and he's got 62. And he's still got 9 balls to face. He's still got 8 balls to face, I should say. .280 might still be on. Zafar looking around the field. 62 or 50 balls he's made. And the crowd enjoying this last little flurry from the left arm spinner. Miles is going round the wicket. Now that's gone high in the air. That might be either Smith's or Yates'. One of them needs to call for it. And to be fair, Yates did really well there. He has caught him, and Zafar is out for 62. Yates coming round. He and Smith both going for the ball, and Yates dived over Smith to take it.
Yeah, so, I thought it was going to be one of those horrible ones there.
And he clung on to the chance as well. So Gloucestershire are all out as Zafar is dismissed. Last man out for 62. So they've let an over go there, but they've still got 264. So I still think they're in the game with that. With 2 spinners, a slightly different balance to their attack. 264 all out. Zafar last out for 62. Ben Wells made 76. There were 3 other scores above 20. Dent, Ollie Price and Jack Taylor, and the wickets shared by the Warwickshire bowlers Miles finishing with 3 for 53. Norwell 1 for 56. Hannon Dalby 2 for 49. Rhodes 2 for 51. And Pandya 2 for 54. So, from a Warwickshire fielding display, they dropped a couple of difficult chances, but overall they were reasonably disciplined, and only 5 extras in the innings as a whole. So they didn't give away cheap runs through erratic bowling.
Yeah, I mean, they were good. The innings was underpinned by a very good 76 from Ben Wells, and then Warwickshire got on top a little bit. Harris went for 7, Bracey for 9. Ollie Price gave it a little bit of impetus there with 36. Jack Taylor with 22, and Zafar Gahar with 62. He ran out of steam, and apart from a late flurry of boundaries there from Zafar Gahar, but I think Gloucestershire will probably be slightly more pleased than Warwickshire with that. I thought Warwickshire probably wanted to keep them under 250. And I think Gloucestershire will think anything above that is a bonus, and I think it's pretty much even Steven.
158 for 5. Gloucestershire got another 106 runs for the last 5 wickets, and Zafar was a big element in that. So the run rate across the innings was reasonably even. I still think we've got a good chase on here when we return, which will be in about 40 minutes time, so just before 3 o'clock. We'll be back with you, refreshments for you and for us too here at this end, and we'll rejoin you with the Warwickshire set 265 to win shortly before 3 o'clock.
Advice on crime prevention and community engagement. Our thanks also to the Forest Green Rovers Football Club just behind the electronic scoreboard. They're offering skills and coaching sessions for children and adults this afternoon. We've also got coaching sessions being brought to us by Cheltenham Football Club. You'll find them in the tent just behind the reform advertising boards, again on the Chapel Gate side of the ground. Our thanks also to representatives from the West of England Fire and Rescue Service. We have a fire engine parked just a short distance away from the college lawn end of the ground. And our thanks also to the British Foreign Legion, who are here just next to the orange gazebo on the Chapel Gate side of the ground. There's plenty of time, if you haven't already done so, to practice your bowling skills in our bowling cage just next to the orange gazebo. And just next door to that, you can also practice your reaction tests at the reaction wall following flashing lights.
A couple of
As you can see, the Mascot's getting ready for their race now. We believe the going is good to firm, and it's over to Dan Whiting.
Afternoon, Ben. Afternoon, Ben, and looking forward to the Mascot derby here for the Cheltenham Gold Cup. And first of all, we've got from Forest Green Rovers FC, Neville, the Green Devil. Give us a wave, Neville. Favourite food, vegan burgers. It's his debut Mascot race, and he'll be looking to put one over the Cheltenham Town Mascot. From the Gloucestershire Constabulary, we've got Colin the Crocodile, who likes to eat criminals. It's also his debut Mascot race, and they've got an open day on the 17th of September at the police headquarters. Representing Visit Cayman Islands, we've got Sir Turtle, favourite food, seagrass, and also the debut Mascot race. From Cheltenham Town FC, Wadney the Robin, favourite foods, berries, 20 years old, but this is his first Mascot race. And there'll be a big rivalry with Neville the Green Devil here. And finally, a big round of applause for the winner of the T20 Mascot race of all the counties. Please give up for Alfred the Gorilla. He's the bookie's favourite here. He's won 3 Mascot races out of 5. Favourite film is Planet of the Apes.
Oh dear.
So we've got them all lined up there. Alfred warming up. Got his pre-race diet of banana cake. Here's Alfred going through his warm-up routine. Calling the crocodile. Looks like the stewards are resting. Wadney the Robin there. Give us a wave, Wadney. Neville the Green Devil. He's had his vegan burgers. And Sir Turtle from the Visit Cayman Islands. Community Day here at Cheltenham. Run by Peter Lamb from the office, Jess Jones out there. Doing fantastic, and Julie Crease doing a fantastic effort in with the community. So, here we go. And Alfred steams into the lead. Oh, he's an expert at this. He's got experience. There he is, back. And he hands over the relay to Wadney the Robin. Colin the Crocodile. It's slow there, catching the criminals. Locally, just about gets back. He hands over to that's Neville the Green Devil. Alfred there, continuing his fine form, fine recent form. You can see his pedigree here as he steams home. Hands over again to Wadney the Robin. Sir Turtle. Oh, Wadney the Robin showing off his skills there. Sir Turtle coming back. Oh, and that's nice to see. Sir Turtle and Alfred having a loving. The seagrass and banana cake will be on them later on as Wadney gets home. And a big round of applause for all our mascots there. Well done, Alfred. Well done, Sir Turtle. Well done, Neville the Green Devil. Well done, Colin the Crocodile. And well done, Wadney the Robin.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Warwickshire innings of this Royal London Cup fixture here at Cheltenham College, where Gloucestershire have set the visitors a target of 265. Warwickshire, the consensus from around the crowd is that Gloucestershire don't have enough runs on the board, but I'm not sure. I think this is sticking in the wicket a little bit. The new ball is crucial. We saw Gloucestershire get off to a flyer here, 63 off the first 10, and it'll be Paul van Meekeren to take us away as he comes in from the chapel end, bowling to Rob Yates, who has a flash, and it's a wide actually, so they're off the mark straight away.
I think, yeah, you'd say it's one of those scores that keeps Gloucestershire in the game, Dan, wouldn't you? It's not obviously a winning score, but the balancing of the attack is different to the Warwickshire one, since they've got two spinners you'd expect to bowl 20 overs, and they've got two other spinners they could call on if they felt that was the way to go.
Van Meekeren, and that's going to be 4 runs by the look of it. No.
Good stop from Tom Price on the chase.
Yeah, well fielded. So actually just one. No, it's 2. Sorry, to Yates. Can't quite see that part of the ground here to our left there. So
there were Gloucestershire battling with their how many left-handers do we pick in the top 5. They ended up picking Dent, Harris and Brace. They ended up picking 3. Warwickshire also have 3.
Van Meekeren to Yates. That's a nice shot down the ground. Bit too full there from the Dutchman. And that goes for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot there from Yates. Too full, and it was a half volley, but you've still got to put them away. I'm going to put my neck on the line, Ian, and I think that's a winning total from Gloucestershire. I think the ball is sticking in the pitch a little bit. We saw a number of people caught at mid-on. A couple of drops at caught and bowled, and people caught at cover. Meekeren in as Yates runs that off the face down to Josh Shaw at third. They think about a second. It bobbles in front of Shaw.
Okay, I'll extend that point. I think for Gloucestershire to win, they have to bowl Warwickshire out. I don't think they're going to contain them to less than 264 with wickets in hand. That would be my caveat to your prediction.
You heard it here first. Ian Randall. Van Meekeren to Sibley, who didn't fence out to the onside, and Zafar almost runs him out there, but can't quite gather cleanly.
One of the things about commentating on cricket is that there is a view that sometimes cake is consumed during cricket. The concept of consuming a wine gum and trying to do commentary is not that straightforward.
Well,
I would say.
He's Paul van Meekeren in, and Yates goes hooking, doesn't get much on that. I think it comes off the glove. Runs away. That's 9. 10 off the first 5 balls, and Gloucestershire needed a decent start here.
I'll give you some scores from elsewhere, including news actually of one game which isn't going to start at all. They've had to abandon play at Sedbergh between Lancashire and Essex. That's a long trip for a no result. A great pity there.
Van Meekeren. Sibley, who gets a thick outside edge, and that's going to go for 4 runs. That's 14 off the first over, and that's not what the doctor ordered.
No, Paul van Meekeren was he's quite expensive in the T20. He was quite expensive actually, even on Sunday against Wiltshire. But he's sharing the new ball here. with Josh Shaw. So news then of elsewhere, abandoned play at Sedbergh, no play between Lancashire and Essex. Derbyshire got skittled for 110 by holders Glamorgan, who are 43 for 2 in reply in the 12th over. So they should be absolutely fine to win that. Notts 290 for 7 against Sussex, who are 15 for no wicket. Surrey made 246 for 8 against Leicestershire, and Worcestershire 351 for 8 against Kent. Here is Shaw in, and that's hit on the bounce out to Tom Price. So yeah, the Warwickshire batting order, right hand left hand combination at the top here with Sibley and Yates, probably Will Rhodes at 3, another left hander, Michael Burgess at 4, Krunel Pandya the third left hander at 5. After that, probably Matthew Lamb at 6, but there does look quite a long tail to this team, so Gloucestershire need to get some early wickets, and I think we'll have the spinners in quite early too, Dan.
Yeah, I think we're going to see them.
2 slips for short over the wicket, and that's almost, it might have been a bump ball that, but it was a good stop from Zafar Gahar. May have gone into the ground first. Very nearly what you might call a crowd catch. And the certainly conditions very good now on this last day here at Cheltenham. Shaw in, and Sibley Yates tries to pull that towards the gymnasium. Doesn't make contact with it. 265 the target, so a fraction over 5 and over. Just taking his time at the end of his mark. Smith walking in at mid-wicket, and he'll have cut off the single there. That's well angled out to Marcus Harris, who's at mid-on. Ollie Price is coming out. He was in second slip, so Chris Dent staying at first, and Ollie Price going to that position that Dan was talking about, short mid-wicket for the right-hander. Wickets shared by the Warwickshire bowlers. Miles had 3. All the bowlers had at least 1. Short, College lawn end. Sibley defends. So he hasn't played a lot of white ball cricket, Dom Sibley, really. He's made 1 century in 22 appearances and no other score over 50. So he's once he's got in, he's gone on to make.
Well, without wanting to be rude to Dominic Sibley, he's not exactly known as the most flamboyant player on the circuit, is he?
Shaw in, and Sibley lets that go. End of Shaw's first over. It's a bit tidier. Just 1 run from it, and 15 without loss. Warwickshire, they're chasing 265.
Lovely afternoon. Healthy crowd in at Cheltenham. The initial figure we've had is that around 20,000 people have visited the Cheltenham Festival this year, which is a fantastic turnout. Times are tough out there. It's not easy to, people have got rising energy bills, rising petrol bills. So for 20,000 to turn out is wonderful. That's just out of the reach of Zafar Gahar there. Short ball from Van Meekeren, but he ends up going for 4. Yates goes pulling. It wasn't a million miles away from Zafar, but Gloucestershire will want to tighten this up a little bit.
Jack Taylor's not normally afraid to make bowling changes. Tom Price might be getting loose pretty shortly if Paul van Meekeren continues to leak runs at this rate.
That's defended there by Yates, gets onto the front foot. James Bracey's got the gloves today. Wondered whether Wells or Bracey would get the gloves. Wells at backward point.
I suppose the thing about this form of the game is it is, I say it's only 50 overs in the field, but you know you're not going to get it isn't day after day, is it? So James Bracey's hands have a little bit of time to recover.
Oh, that's well bowled by Paul van Meekeren.
He's a how would I say this about Van Meekeren? I think you kind of, do you have to accept, here's a second look at this, that he's a wicket taker, but not a wicket taker with economy necessarily.
Nail on the head. We saw in the games for the Netherlands against England where gets out some good batsmen, Phil Salt, David Milan, people like that. As that goes up in the air and right over the boundary into the stand in the Sanford Road stand, side of the ground from Rob Yates. And that is a brilliant pick up there, 6 runs.
That was a really clean hit, wasn't it? It was a long way up, and it didn't matter who was on the boundary. That was going 3 or 4 rows back into that Sanford Road stand.
Yeah.
But that's not hit somebody in that stand. 1 or 2 spectators just have turned their back temporarily. I think they're okay. It may just come down on the steps as much as anything else, which is fortunate.
Van Meekeren in, and that's defended out to mid-off. I'm very disappointed, Ian Randall. I'm really disappointed. James Healy on our production team is sharing his wine gums with me. Has given me a host of the green and the yellow ones, whilst he tends to hold the red and black ones back for himself.
Apparently there's going to be a change of strategy in that end. Why are the red and black ones
they're nicer.
favourites?
Yeah, best ones. That's going to be a leg by.
Almost a Yorker from Van Meekeren there.
That completes Van Meekeren's second. No, it doesn't. There's one more ball to go.
I should just say, our emails remain open in this chase. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There is the detail in the box top right hand corner of your screen. Do drop us a note. Perhaps thoughts on how Warwickshire might go about this chase, and whether they would really race at it.
Oh, they're going pretty well so far.
Just as a guide, Gloucestershire had 63 at the end of the power play.
It's run off the face there by Sibley, and that goes down to third.
63 for 1.
29 for none.
End of the power play. So Warwickshire at the moment are herring towards that kind of total, with Van Meekeren a couple of expensive overs at the top.
Yeah, none for 27 off 2.
You can't have too many overs like that before a change is made.
No.
Josh Shaw still to continue. I say Tom Price is the third seam bowler, and then you've got the principle of the 2 spinners, Tom Smith and Zafar Gahar. I think from the way Pandya bowled, there was evidence, I think, of a little bit of help there. Shaw, right arm over the wicket from the College Lawn end. That's fielded well up on the bounce. And I'm with you, by the way, on that 20,000 figure. If that's, I think James Healy maybe has provided that. So around 20,000 visited the festival. There we are. That's That's good, and that would include, you know, youngsters on complimentary on community day tickets and things,
which is so important for, you know, what goes on in the community, isn't it? And Gloucestershire are excellent at that.
Sure. In again to Yates, who, sorry, to Sibley rather, punches that up to Jack Taylor.
The work that Pete Lamb and Jess Jones and those guys do in the community, John Hook here at the club, is really crucial to, you know, engaging people and the next generation of fans.
Just on that sort of number of things about sort of tickets and things, come back to the ODIs, or the white ball games in Bristol this week. So there's 2 matches between Ireland and South Africa. One is tomorrow and one is on Friday. Tickets are still available for those games, and obviously the preference, because of the Seat Unique Stadium is cashless, would be that you book those tickets online, because you can literally choose your seat when you do that. That's how that works. So go to the club website and follow the links to the ticket details. 2 sounds there, so no LBW appeal from Shaw.
Just a quick note also that it's Community Day in Bristol next Wednesday the 10th.
That's for the Notts match.
Yeah, where the RAF, the Navy will be there. You can join in an interactive field hospital, do some military fitness drills. There'll be Bristol Rovers down, testing your cricket and football skills. You can go in a fire engine.
Sure. Hit into the ground once more, but only up to Jack Taylor at mid-off.
You can go in an ambulance, you can go in a riot van. Ian Randall.
I could go in the riot van.
Ian Randall's been in a few of those when he kicks off on a Friday night in Gloucester. And the police will let you meet some of their dogs and horses. And there'll be a little bit of cricket too. I think that's going to be a wonderful day down in Bristol next week.
Should be busy next Wednesday. Sibley. That's for sure. It's a good over. First maiden of the day. Bowled by Josh Shaw to Dom Sibley. So I wonder if Paul Van Meekeren's going to get another over. The answer to that is no, he's not. And I think that's quite right from Jack Taylor. You know, if Van Meekeren can't find the required economy when he's got fielders up, then you've got to have a little bit of a break put on, and Tom Price is going to try and do that.
Tom Price. Tom Price is sponsored by Premier Club.
Yes, Tom Price is going to come in from the Chapel End. That's a Yorker that Yates is a little bit late on, actually.
So you can see where Chris Dent is, because it's Ollie Price in that slip. Dent is at deep square, I think, for Yates.
And that's chopped down. Josh Shaw at third. Keeps them down to 1. Good arm into the gloves of Bracey. Now Sibley wants to just run everything down to third here. And the trick will be, well, firstly you can't bowl around his leg stump because that's his area, isn't it? But it will be to cut that one off and maybe stop him from scoring in that region.
Tom Smith is the man at third man.
Price. Oh, that hits Sibley on the pads. He's looking to work that one. A number of people have said Sibley's changed his technique a little bit this year. He's gone away, having been dropped from the England side, and, you know, realised that, you know, that technique that he had will get you so far in the game but won't take you on to the next level. He's changed his technique a little bit. He looks a better player as a result of it. Price into Sibley, who just drops that one into the offside, no run.
Just interesting watching. Tom Price, he's still in his first over here, but the run and actually the delivery stride it almost looks as if he's trying to put a little bit more in with the shoulder here at the crease than he might be in a red ball game. That's
whipped through square leg.
In a red ball game, it's very much a smooth action, but it's a little bit as if he's not quite stopping when he gets to the crease, but it's just slowing up, and then the pace almost comes from a slightly more whippy delivery. That's how it looks.
Yeah.
But that's an optical illusion because he's bowling from the Chapel end as opposed to the College Lawn end, which he did in the 2 4-day games. I'm not sure.
Here he is with that kick in his run-up. And that's played in front of square by Sibley. That's a good hand on that by Ben Wells. Cuts off 2 runs there. Sibley will get 2. And that completes Tom Price's first over. That goes for 3. 32 for none at the end of the 5th over.
Gloucestershire were exactly the same position. 32 for no wicket off 5. So
good over there from Tom Price, and Josh Shaw has been excellent. Just gone for 1 of 2 overs.
I mean, it looks like the sort of day when the crowd are going to see over 500 runs for their money. If we're going to get a close finish, then I think you'd argue that's a pretty good day's cricket.
Yeah.
Precy just ensuring that the messages are passed up the line. He's the vice captain, of course. Ben Wells in for that little clip off the pads by Rob Yates. Short mid wicket. Josh Shaw around the wicket to Yates. He goes squarer this time. Tumbling stop from Ben Wells on the offside. Thanks for your contributions on the emails today. Here's one from Stephen Onanda watching in Cyprus.
Oh.
We're in sunny Cyprus for a few weeks, so it's great to be able to keep up to speed with Gloucestershire whilst we're away. Let's hope the bowlers can find their rhythm. Loving the coverage of today's game. Thank you. Sunny Cyprus, eh? Yates into the offside. Good stop on the bounce.
I love Cypriot food.
You like all food, Dan.
Yeah, Chef Talia, Lucanica, Dolmides. It's my staple diet back in North London, back in Southgate.
Tom Price with a good stop, that last delivery from Shaw. Now Sibley on 8. Waits for Shaw. Oh, that's gone through. Tom Price, this usual thing, give him the big build-up, one good stop, and then one's gone through him there, out to the rope, and he will know that that one should have been stopped.
Yeah, it just releases the valve, doesn't it? When you build the pressure up, and then a misfield like that just opens up the valve again, doesn't it? And it's frustrating. But he's a good cricketer, Tom Price. He'll bounce back.
Just in front of the umpire there. Sibley will again try and work it on the leg side. That one off the thigh pad. No bat involved, so 1 more to the total. Once again,
I'm wondering if it's time to dispense with a slip already.
Warwickshire were afraid to change the vision with their slips. They took a slip out quite early and then put it back in again when Marcus Harris came in. Shaw around the wicket. That's pulled on the bounce and it will go for 4.
Good shot, that.
So one boundary that should have been stopped in this over, and then Josh Shaw dropping one Short and seeing it pulled away by Rob Yates. Warwickshire more than ticking along here. Gloucestershire could do with a couple of wickets.
Looks a good player, Yates. Looks a really good player.
Shaw staying around the wicket. Yates drives on the bounce up to mid-off. Jack Taylor does the fielding. I think the real pivotal part of this Warwickshire chase will be when Gloucestershire spinners are in the game.
I agree.
And they may in fact bowl together, you would think.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the slower you bowl it on this surface, the harder it is to hit. But the acid test is only batsmen like the ball coming on. You take the pace off the ball, and have they got that ability? And if they have, then I think Warwickshire win this game. But if they haven't, then I think we're in for a really good game of cricket.
Well, 264 was it was a workable total. Definitely not without a chance of winning the game with that on the board. Small ground or not.
Tom Price into the wicket, and Yates pulls that one out to Zafar, and they come back for a second. There's good running there. Slight misfield. In these surfaces on the outfields, especially when it's so bumpy due to the recent weather, run the first one hard, put the pressure on the fielder, and then when he scuffs it, scamper back for the second.
Particularly the areas, in certain areas just in front of the rope where some of the warm-ups are done, they are the areas that are a little bit more worn than the rest.
Price in. Only to find Wells in the covers.
It was during the festival last season that Ben Wells signed for Gloucestershire. He hasn't really had much. He hasn't played any T20. He hasn't played any championship. This is the tournament where he would hope to try and advance his case.
That's a nice shot there from Yates. That's going to go. That's well fielded, actually. Well pulled back there by Jack Taylor, I think, at mid-off.
See, this is the first of 4 home games. The derby against Somerset will be at Bristol on Sunday. Dan will lead our commentary for that. And then the other 2 matches are both on the following Wednesdays. The 10th against Notts and the 17th against Leicestershire.
That's cut away down to Josh Shaw. Gets his body behind that. Awkward bobble in front of him.
I think when people talk to you now about the Cheltenham Festival, Dan, you'll be well briefed on.
I'm an aficionado.
To give an opinion. And
yeah.
As somebody said to me this morning, if they reduce the number of matches, what will this mean for Cheltenham? I said, I wish I could tell you. I really don't know.
Price in. Sibley defends that into the offside.
What I do know is that Will Brown will bat really hard to keep it for 2 championship games here. Now, whether the sacrificial lamb is that you don't have any white ball cricket here, I don't know. But the red ball cricket is so well supported.
I think the county CEOs may well be voting today.
There is a meeting this week, I think.
It is today, yeah.
It is today, is it?
Yeah. Price in, Sibley nudges that one around. Ben Wells comes round from deep square.
Well, it seems weird that you'd have it on a day when there's cricket going on. Will Brown's on the ground, I know that, so I've seen him. So unless it's a Zoom call at 6 o'clock tonight.
Chairman? Is it the county chairman?
I think David Jones is here as well. I've seen him too. So, unless it's a Zoom call at 6 o'clock tonight.
Maybe it's tomorrow.
And logic would say, why would you do it on a day when people are in as far apart as Guildford and Sedbergh? for goodness sake. That would just be crackers, wouldn't it? Very ECB, mind. But it would seem that would be the logical thing to do, to have it on a day when there's cricket going on. 49 for no wicket. Josh Shaw in, just a dab. Very played, soft hands by Sibley. 50 up for Warwickshire. In the 8th over, remember the target is 264. At the moment, they are cruising along.
But no, if anyone does ask me about Cheltenham, I'll thoroughly recommend it to them, and it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to work here for every day of this festival.
Short, round the wicket. Cut away by Yates, put straight to Wells. Was the fielding, so Dent still at slip.
It really is. It's, as I said before, it's not only the wicket here, which produces good cricket. It's generally 300 for 10 on a day's play in the county championship. But it's also a knowledgeable crowd. There's some proper cricket badgers around here who just want to discuss the game with you.
Short-ish from Shaw. Yates gets solidly behind it.
People who don't know you from Adam just suddenly stop you and want to talk about cricket with you. And it's great. I think it's fantastic.
And we have made this point before, but it bears repeating. Some people come to Cheltenham who do not necessarily support any of the teams who are playing.
No.
They just like the atmosphere here.
Yeah.
They will, and more to the point, it's competitive and interesting cricket. Shaw in, past
that's a
the
shot.
dive of Ollie Price out to the extra cover boundary from Rob Yates.
Yates looks a lovely player, really does.
A little bit inside out there with that shot, but got enough on it. And the number of boundaries is a relevant point at this stage. That is now the 6th, and we've had a 6 from Yates as well. Oh, that was nearly though the end of him. Shaw staying around the wicket. Almost inducing the edge. If you didn't catch it earlier today before play started, Gloucestershire announced that Jack Taylor has signed a new 2-year contract extension, so through till 2024. Strikes me that during this tournament there may be some other announcements from... Oh, that's just over Price once more. That's gone on into the ground and over him. He couldn't stop it. And by a different route, Yates has picked up another boundary. He's dominating the board here. And despite that acrobatics from Ollie Price, it's another boundary. So Shaw has bowled 3 overs for 11. Tom Price 2 overs for 9. Van Meekeren 2 overs for 27. That gave Warwickshire, what did we say? A Michael Johnson start out of the blocks.
Oh yeah, but he looks what's the something of the Trescothic about him? He doesn't. There's not a massive amount of foot movement, but he just goes. Is his bat speed through the line of the ball, and he looks $1 million. He really does.
So we may not be long before we see the spinners here. I think Warwickshire 58 off 8.
Trick is to keep Sibley down that end, I think, isn't it?
Well, pretty
and
much.
Quieten Yates down, and then just try and get a few maidens on the board, or try and, not maidens, but a few overs of 1 and 2, and try and get back into the game. So at the moment, Warwickshire are running away with this. Gloucestershire was 63 for 1 at the end of their 10 overs. Price in, and Sibley defends that. Warwickshire at the moment 58 for none off 8.2. So they want to keep this over at Sibley nice and tidy.
Obviously the groups for this competition are different to the T20, different to the Championship. So Gloucestershire play Durham, for example. They don't play in any other competition.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That goes past the outside edge of Dominic Sibley.
They play Notts, who they don't play.
Leicestershire,
who they don't play.
Yeah. Durham?
Yeah, said Durham.
Oh, you said Durham, sorry.
And
Durham?
We've explored the fact that they haven't played Warwickshire in a white ball game for a long time.
Yeah.
So it is a different mix, which is actually nice from a supporter's point of view, because you see people you haven't seen either before or for a while.
Price in. Sibley there, working that one, almost taking out Ben Feasy on the PA, who scuttles away. It's like a
I've seen you going to the burger round.
It's like a fox with chickens there. The ball screams into his chair.
That was, and actually, not being unkind, but that was travelling.
Yeah, he timed that beautifully. As that's just played into the onside. Good work there. Ollie Price saving his brother a few runs.
Increasing the laundry bill somewhat.
Yeah, Mrs. Price. Hope she's got the non-bio.
That's mother, not wife.
Yes. Yes. Top Price. Regular square.
Somebody said that. I must just complete that gag. Somebody said that to me on my recent holiday. Actually, I was walking with my mother down this particular lane, and a lady stopped me, and mother had a hat on, and ladies and gentlemen walking along with a dog. And if you're a doggy person, you generally that's an introduction point. You know, what breed is your dog? How old? You know. And so I spoke to the lady.
It's a Doberman.
Yeah, that's right.
Change of bowling from the college lawn end, Zafar Kahar.
So here's an interesting point with only one over left in the power play. Jack Taylor says it's time for some spin. And I must complete the story. The lady said to me, "I take it this is your wife." My mother had dark glasses and a hat on. And I said, no, it's my mother. So Warwickshire effectively an over and a wicket in hand here. They are where Gloucestershire were at the end of the power play on 63. Here is Zafar from the college lawn end. And just dabbed out by Sibley into the leg side.
So you're one of those people who strokes dogs then, as you see them in the street? And
I mean, we had two
does
dogs.
It depend on the breed of dog?
By and large.
If someone's got an American pit bull, you don't want to stick your fingers anywhere in its mouth, do you?
Zafar around the corner, it's a bit short. Turned away by Sibley. He'll take one, they won't risk a second. Yeah, so we had two dogs at home, one after the other. So there was a dog in our house for nearly 24 years when I was growing up.
Okay.
And that's a long time.
Yeah. And what breed of dog?
Shetland sheepdog.
Okay. So
Jack Taylor making changes to the field here. We can only have two men out, remember, in this over. Sun's gone in a little bit grey now. Zaffer's going to go over the wicket to Yates, who plays him from the crease out on the offside.
Bowls a different length, doesn't he, in white ball cricket?
Yeah. The question is that the right length on this pitch? It isn't a question of bowling 10 overs for 40 here. He needs to take some wickets. That is short, and Sibley just thinks about Yates thinks about a single. Doesn't get it. Zaffer's Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in the championship. Steered away by Yates, cut down towards the boundary at third man. Shaw's on the chase and he won't haul it in. Rob Yates started this innings very confidently.
Yeah. Deft.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Tom Smith from the Chapel end in the next over. That's worked again by Yates, who's dominating the board, even if he's not totally dominating the strike here. He's got 44 out of 69, and Gloucestershire, Zaffer's first over, goes for 6. And will it be Tom Smith now? No, it'll be Price to continue for the moment. So Warwickshire well placed here.
Yeah, 69 for none. The hosts were 63 for 1, but they had a good start and then they got stuck. Warwickshire bowled the next 10 overs, conceding only 37 runs, and Gloucestershire need to do something along those lines. Tom Price there, and that's worked by Yates. Just opens the face and runs it down to Josh Shaw at third.
So standing room only in the old Patesians marquee today. They're very busy down the front of there.
Yeah.
Right round to that Sanford Road stand in front of the hospital.
Looks quite a interesting area down there. Sibley works that. Got Benny Howell on the ground over there in a black t-shirt. See if we can get the camera on him. Just signed for... Is that Benny Howell? I think it is.
That is the committee marquee,
And
isn't it?
Miles
Yeah.
Hammond to his left over there as well in the white t-shirt. Price in. Josh Shaw in there. Good work from Josh Shaw. Oh, it's taken a wicked bounce and gone over the man backing up, and it's going to go for... Well, it's been hauled in by Zafar Gahar down there. But Josh Shaw holding his hands up and apologised, but it's a wicked bounce. Took it. He threw it in over the head of Bracey, but it went over the man backing up. Yeah, Miles Hammond down there. He looks like Benny Howe. Just signed for Hampshire. And he's going to be much missed by the Gloucestershire faithful. Tom Price bowls and that beats Sibley outside the off stump. And Gloucestershire need a wicket urgently here.
Yeah, they could do it with a couple actually. It shows how disciplined Warwickshire were with their bowling. And to make your point about the pitch down, there is more than a tinge of green in that wicket.
Oh, and it's thrown by Zaffer, and Van Meekeren has to do the backing up and it hits him. And I don't think he's overly happy about that throw from Zaffer. He's giving him a glare.
You look at that shot, Dan, and this is from the College Chapel end.
Yeah.
it is not as straw-coloured as it would have been a week ago, that's for sure.
It's not in the Robin Hood's tights territory, is it? But it's got a tinge. That's a nice shot there. Shaw can't get around, cut that off, and bowl to Sibley round there. And all day long he'll just work you. That's 4 more to the total.
Just very functional in that area, isn't he? Just literally just ticks the runs up.
Great effort by Josh Shaw down there.
And Dent is now going out once again to the boundary at long on for Zaffer. So you've got long on out and mid off up for Yates. 48 he's made. 48 from 35 balls.
Mm.
Benwell's fielding with a strapping on one of his fingers. They've taken a blow perhaps on Sunday when he was keeping wicket. Zaffer in. Worked with no room to do so there really by Yates into the leg side. Zaffer from the college lawn end, and Yates going deep in his crease there, working one up to Chris Dent. Zaffer's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Sibley, who he's not bowled to before. But Warwickshire making a very good fist of this start. Jack Taylor's got more questions than he's got answers to at the moment. That's a good delivery from Zaffer, just forcing Sibley just to try and play that steer shot.
Just getting a warning there from Jack Chantry.
Zaffer around the wicket. And Sibley will take one.
Getting a warning from Jack Chantry about running into the danger area there, and Jack Chantry told me that, I interviewed him about 10 years ago, and he told me that he used to do it, and he said he'd point out a rather attractive spectator in the crowd.
Zaffer over the wicket, Yates sweeps, and that will be his 50. Goes all the way for 4, and that's 50 for Rob Yates.
Well batted.
50 for Rob Yates, 38 balls, 7 fours, 1 6.
He's picked the bad ball and even the not so bad ball really well. Zaffer again, a sliding stop by Josh Shaw. But at the moment, Zaffer can't apply any kind of break or get a breakthrough. 2 overs for 13. And how long before we see Tom Smith? And the answer is actually not very long, because I think Van Meekeren's being brought back. That's bold.
Yeah, Jack Chantry told me that he used to point out a rather attractive young lady in the crowd, and umpires like David Mills couldn't resist it. Would go and have a look, and then he could do whatever you wanted to the pitch thereafter, so he could go and scratch the pitch up straight away.
I'm surprised.
And he's a classic case of poacher turned gamekeeper, isn't he, Jack Chantry? Now he's an umpire.
I'm moderately surprised that Van Meekeren's been brought back.
Tom
Price has bowled 4 overs for 23.
Here he is from the chapel end. There's Yates. This is all rather easy here for Warwickshire.
Yeah, with your spinners, it sounds an obvious thing to say, but they need runs to bowl at.
Well, yeah, but
Gloucestershire were 100 for 3 after 20. Warwickshire 86 for no wicket after only 13. Win the 13th.
oh, that's well bowled. That goes past Sibley, and good carry through to James Bracey there. And Meekran's probably the quickest bowler here on display today. He's got a little bit extra about him.
Miles might debate that, I think, but I get the point. I mean, he and Miles will be the tallest.
Yeah.
Or to be fair, Ollie Halland-Dalby is a fair height as well.
Here's Van Meekran.
But a different
driven.
type of bowler. Ollie Halland-Dalby, I would say.
Yeah, he's your Steve Patterson type, isn't he?
Yeah.
Your
steady Eddie.
Your Keith Barker.
And his numbers this year would say that. And yeah, if you're
tall guys who hit the pitch but haven't really got a massive amount of pace. Here's Van Meekeren. That's well bowled as well.
I say, if you're a Warwickshire supporter with us today, I think you're sitting reasonably comfortably at the moment. 178 to win, more than 35 overs to get them. Run rate, wow, well under 5.
And Meekeren into Sibley, who plays that through the onside.
Long chase. And
just 2 runs?
An unequal chase.
No, 4 runs actually.
Yeah, Harris has
given 4 runs.
Harris has not quite been able to haul that in.
Yeah.
And the crowd have gone quite. I mean, I know that some of those who might be having a late lunch might not be with us, but elsewhere it's gone a bit quiet, and that's because these two are dominating.
That's a nice shot. That's probably going to run away down the hill down there as well. No, great work in. Great work from Tom Price down there, I think it is.
Price and Dent, I think. Dent was the chaser with him.
But an email from Richard, who's at work in Moreton-in-Marsh. Very much enjoying the coverage, and your commentary is always on YouTube. Just a quick note on the plane you had fly over from earlier. It was the attached plane. You sent us a photo of it. We've flown from Rennes in France. Very cool registration. Feeling we need a wicket soon, or this is going to get away from us. Yeah, got to agree with you. Registration is 2-cool.
What, as in COOL?
Too cool. Yeah.
As opposed to, and this is for Warwickshire fans, Martin Cool.
Oh.
KUHL.
Oh.
He played for Birmingham City. Apologies for any Villa supporters who might be watching.
Or West Brom, or Wolves.
Yes. Or Coventry.
Or Solihull. Or Kidderminster Harriers. They'd be Worcestershire.
They'd be Worcestershire.
They'd be Worcestershire.
That's tossed up by Zafar. I think he might need to do that a bit more rather than firing in the darts here. Pandya, we certainly saw toss a couple right up above the eye line. Zafar over the wicket, whipped away by Yates. Up to long on. Dent is there. Never a second run to Dent in that situation.
Neil, who's a Bears fan. You Bears. He's played. Rob Yates has played 3 times for Moseley. Oh, and that's nearly caught at first slip there.
Got 124 on Saturday in the Birmingham League, he said.
162 the week before.
Zafar around the wicket. Again, Sibley just pushes that out on the offside. No run, so Zafar was introduced during the power play, during the first power play. He's bowled 3 overs for 15. But Warwickshire just being very steady here in their pursuit of 265 to win. So they started at a fraction over 5 and over. Simply just, I think someone's brought a towel out so he can mop the perspiration out of the inside of his hat, inside of his helmet. It's pretty warm work out there.
Van Meekeren over the wicket.
We had a
defended by Yates.
Situation on Thursday here with the Northants chase, which was 202 in 37 overs. And because of that, they started quickly. And Rickleton in particular played a really aggressive innings, similar to the one that Yates is playing here.
Yeah.
We said during that competition at one stage they were probably 5 overs in hand, and that's what it feels like Warwickshire are, possibly more than that.
Oh, and he's got something on that, and it flies away. One bounce over, fine leg. And Yates is enjoying himself here, cleaning up like his namesake Eddie in Coronation Street. The bin man. Do you remember him, Ian? Do you remember Eddie Yates?
I'm not a Coronation Street watcher, Dan, and James also looks at us with a completely blank face.
We've had them all today. Crossroads, Coronation Street, Emmerdale Farm we haven't had. Here's Van Meekeren, and that's 4 more, and this is the wrong length to bowl to Rob Yates here, because anything slightly short he latches onto, and that brings up the 100 in the 15th over in less than an hour. And Warwickshire are absolutely walking this game at the moment.
They're motoring along, aren't they?
The bear is flying.
So Gloucestershire got to 100, 3 down in the 20th over.
That's 4 more. And this is absolute carnage. And Meekeren's gone for 47 or 3.3.
And this is the kind of the danger of really only picking 5 specialist bowlers. The Warwickshire didn't use Ethan Brooks today, which they could have done, because their other 5 were generally bowling in a pretty disciplined fashion. Paul Van Meekeren's been very loose here, but he is one of the 5 frontline bowlers Gloucestershire have got. And other than that, Jack Taylor would have to turn to himself or Ollie Price. He might need to.
Tom Smith. That is also tucked away down the leg side. And single. Got Tom Smith in there.
You have him, but he's the 5th, you see. He's the 5th specialist bowler. I'm surprised that Jack Taylor brought Van Meekeren back after 2 expensive overs at the outset.
Yeah. Here he is in, and Sibley plays him into the covers and scampers through for a single. End of the 15th over, 109 for none, and this is going at
I know
7.3 and over.
Players don't turn up to play a bad shot or to bowl badly, but Paul's an experienced ODI player for Holland. He should have worked out the length to bowl. If batsmen are climbing into the length that you would normally try and bowl, you have to adjust it while you're out there. And if you can't do that, then the captain's going to take you off.
I think it's the length and the line, though, as well. He seems to be getting taken. I don't know how far Yates is moving across his stumps there, but he seems to be going for fours down the leg side on a regular basis, doesn't he?
Well, you can see Zaffa changing ends here, and Tom Smith is now being brought on from the College Lawn end. Still got to slip in because Gloucestershire have to take wickets. Smith in, and a single for Sibley up to Chris Dent. But to come back to that Northants chase on Thursday, Warwickshire now are under no time pressure at all.
No.
No scoreboard pressure. 265 is the target. Smith in, swept by Yates all along the ground. There is a man out though at deep backward square, so they'll only pick up one. But again, that was struck really cleanly.
Yeah, it was.
By Yates. 70 off 47. 10 fours and a 6, is it? Smith around the wicket to the right-hander and over to the left-hander, and that's swept from right where Sibley likes it to deep square. I'm not sure that Zaffa was literally very square, but he's gone probably 15 yards behind square with the shot and given the fielder no chance of cutting it off. She may have had a poor season so far in the Championship. Didn't do as well as they would have wanted in the T20. Got out of the group, got a home quarter final, and then batted really poorly against Hampshire.
Not the first side this season he's done that.
That's true.
Yeah.
To be fair, that is definitely right. Smith in again, swept by Yates, and that will go for 4, I think. Yes, it will. He's picking the gaps really effectively.
The Gloucestershire spinners have bowled the wrong lengths here. They bowled way too short. We've got the men set down the ground. Go and hit it over our heads.
Smith again. Cut by Yates, doesn't get a touch on that, so Smith's first over cost 11.
If they're bowling short, it's very hard for a captain to set a field to it, because you know, if you're bowling too full, even if you bowl a full toss, it will generally go back down in the V, you know.
And there were a lot of shots in what I would call orthodox fielding positions by the Gloucestershire batters in their innings. In the V, deep square, deep point.
Yeah.
They weren't allowed to improve. The length they bowled did not allow them to improvise much. And Zaffa is going to change ends. That was predictable, I think.
Bowling from the chapel end.
Yep.
Van Meekeren 4 overs for 49.
This is the end he had all that success with in the 4-day game against Northamptonshire. And does Jack Taylor need something here? Here he is around the wicket to Sibley, and that beats him on the outside and doesn't take the edge. Gloucestershire not having the rub of the green here either. Sibley's been beaten 7 or 8 times outside that off stump without the ball taking the edge. Here's Zaffa as Sibley works him round the corner. Josh Shaw doing the fielding, but they pick up one.
I mean, spinners bowling in tandem should be where Gloucestershire at least have a bit of control on the scoreboard, but it's got to a point now where they could do with, well, probably 4 wickets to keep them in with a chance.
So we're going to say rain then. It's probably gone beyond that. How many overs do you have to have rain? I think it's
10.
10 probably. Wouldn't they be well above the rate, wouldn't they? Duckworth Lewis, I think they're about 500 now, Warwickshire. Zaffa in, and Yates, who has batted beautifully.
Well,
Just nudges another one into the offside.
DLS score is 52 at this point.
Wow. Wow.
So they are so far ahead. It's
Zafar to Sibley, who goes to go on the front foot and then rocks onto the back foot, adjusts himself and punches it out into the covers for a single. 33 overs to get 140 odd. Should be a breeze, shouldn't it?
should be a doddle.
Zafar going over the wicket. Oh, has he just missed a corn bowl there? Let's have a look.
It looked to be heading in his direction. I don't know whether it's just
Let's have a look
gone
at that
wide
again.
of him, and he can't believe it's gone wide of him and he's missed it.
No, it's gone through.
It's
onside.
gone very straight,
Yeah.
and he probably thinks he's got him within a very small margin of getting a caught and bowled there.
I'm going to have to take a comfort break. So at lunchtime I was commentating on the Mascot derby here, and so you're going to have to take the mic for a while.
Tom Smith to continue. A bit too much information from down there, I think, probably. But we understand he's a very honest man. Oh, he's not known as Honest Dan for nothing. But here, Gloucestershire have got nothing going their way at all at the moment. These two have made it look very, very straightforward. They've picked off the bad ball. There have been a few of those, and they've improvised on the better ones. We're still shy of that. I mean, they could be not far short of Gloucestershire's 30 over total at 20, and still with the opening pair together. Smith in again, worked round the corner by Sibley. That's his go-to area. And more changes in the field. Jack Taylor's struggling to come up with an answer to these two at the moment. Smith over the wicket. Cry of no from Yates. It's worth bearing in mind he's only played 8 List A games in his career before this match. But as one of our Bears supporters said, he did get 100 for Birmingham Moseley at the weekend. And that's swept once more. Long chase round the boundary, and he'll pick up another 2 pretty comfortably. Although in those 8 innings he has got 350s and 100, so he gets in. Clear young man with plenty of ability, still only 22 years old. Smith to bowl to him. Works that. Oh, there's a partial misfield by Zafar. Wasn't really a single there, but the ball hit him on the shin, and Warwickshire take full advantage. So they've scored off 4 of the 5 balls in this over, and that's largely to really allay any kind of break. The required rate is only 4.2 and over. Smith around the wicket, swept by Sibley. That'll be 4 more. He's just used the big levers there to really sweep Tom Smith from quite a long way in front. And even the spinners unable here. Here's a second look at this. It is a bit of a leg side, to be fair. And Sibley's just picked the length and the line. 133 for no wicket in 18 overs. So they're going along at nearly 7.5, and the required weight's only 4.
Yeah, they're halfway there. As Bon Jovi saying.
So Gloucestershire living on a prayer then, are they?
They need a prayer.
That's the next line in that song, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Didn't think you'd bring that into the commentary today. Sibley needs 2 for his 50.
Here's Zaffa bowling to him. Sibley gets on the front foot. No run. Dot ball in. Rarer than hen's teeth.
Yeah, he only had 1 dot ball in the last over.
There's Wolf single.
And they can get them in singles now.
Yeah, of course. They've broken the back of it, haven't they? They've done the hard yards.
Gloucestershire at 30 overs, 158 for 5. Warwickshire at 20, 135 for 0.
And again a short ball that Yates cuts for a single.
This tournament's going to be all about the batsmen, isn't it? You feel, rather than the bowlers. If teams are depleted, by and large, they're depleted by all rounders. So, you feel it's probably going to be about people getting big scores. Not so at Derby today, true, but there's a couple of big scores elsewhere, notably at York and at Worcester.
Zaffa to Sibley, who defends that. No run.
Glamorgan have beaten Derbyshire by 8 wickets, when reaching their target in only 22 overs.
Oh, that's well bowled. That goes past his outside edge. Bracey whips the bails off. Completes the over. 19 overs gone. 136 for none. Yates on 82. Sibley's on 49. Zaffa none for 22 off 5. Smith none for 20 off 2. And some of these bowling figures are not particularly pleasant reading for the home side, with Van Meekeren none for 49 off 4 being the most expensive. Josh Shaw's bowled well. He's none for 20 off 4. Tom Price none for 23 off 4. Zaffa 5 overs, none for 22. Tom Smith 2 overs, none for 20. I'm going to see Ollie Price into the attack just to see if he can winkle out one of these Warwickshire openers.
Yeah, just to say that Tim van der Hoogten took 4 for 41 in that Glamorgan win at Derbyshire today. He was the only bowler who bowled through. So Ollie Price, who's not bowled a lot in white ball cricket, and Yates sweeps him straight to Tom Smith. And there'll be another single and a chance for Sibley to find the single he needs for his half century.
Who's Nation for?
That's a good question. Who has gone off the field temporarily?
Van Meekeren?
Sure, but Nash is on the field. Will Nash at the moment. Ollie Price bowls to Sibley, and Sibley will pick up the 1 run that brings him his 50. 50 from 58 balls, 7 fours.
50 for John Sibley, 58 balls, 7 fours.
And I think you mentioned about the crowd at Cheltenham here being knowledgeable. They're also respectful of good play, whoever it's from. Yes, they want Gloucestershire to win, of course they do, but they understand if somebody else makes runs in a stylish fashion, then they will give due credit. Ollie Price around the wicket to Yates, who appears to have oodles of time to play that.
Oh, he looks a good player.
Picks up 1 more. Josh Shaw doing the fielding down there.
Keep your emails coming in to us to commentators@glos ccc.co.uk.
Worked again by Sibley. They want 2 here if they can. They're going to come back for the second. James Bracey won't take the bails off because Sibley was comfortably home. But this is not what I think either Dan or I predicted.
No.
It looked it's a bit like the game against Surrey in the effectively the knockout game last year, where Gloucester got a very similar score and then ran into Tim David.
Yeah.
Which generally means your bowling figures take a bit of a hammering. Ollie Price in again, and again worked by Sibley on the leg side. Does he score any runs in front of square? That's his. A pie chart of his runs would have a lot of strokes played in that sort of area between about 10 yards in front of square on the leg side and fine leg. Inside the line, glance it away, and repeat and repeat. There's the card. 142 for no wicket after 20 overs. Jack Taylor's used 6 bowlers, and even his 2 frontline spinners can't extract anything from this pitch.
Safa. Sibley walks down the track, and
it almost looks like Warwickshire are going to have to make a mistake to lose a wicket.
Yeah.
Here.
Sibley scored.
If they get a bit casual, then somebody might get out, but it doesn't look like it otherwise.
Sanford to Yates, who hooks him on the onside. Sibley has scored, as you say, a lot of his runs behind square, but a hell of a lot of runs on the leg side as well. And that is hit over the top of extra cover just to get to us, and he's hit one in front of the square on the offside.
Over Will Naish. He's almost played that like a little sand wedge.
Yeah, he has.
He's tried to loft it onto the 8th green at the golf club where he plays, assuming he does. And there's a big gap there, and he's seen that as a safe shot.
Well, he's got the shots. He's definitely got the shots. As that's played out to Chris Dent at long off.
This is looking remarkably straightforward. I wonder if it comes back to the point about the batters making the difference.
Zaffa fires that one in a little quicker, and Yates defends.
Gloucestershire have probably got about 16 players they could pick from in their squad for this competition. But how much can they change the bowling? This is probably Ajit Singh Dale's not fit at the moment to bowl. Dom Goodman wasn't selected.
Yates gives himself time, goes onto the back foot, and that's the 150 up after 21 overs. And
George Scott wasn't selected, but George doesn't bowl much in white ball cricket.
No.
So it's if you can't change the bowling a great deal, then you've got to find some more runs in the batting from somewhere. And 264 is not a terrible total, but there are in there a couple of people who've got starts and then not gone on. Simply just having an energy drink by the looks of it. They probably wouldn't think this far ahead, these two, but they might always think they can finish this themselves.
They need 115 more.
They look so comfortable. And Ollie Price, he's only taken 1 wicket in first class cricket. He's only taken 1 wicket in white ball cricket. Can he split these two? Sibley again works him into the leg side. Jack Taylor's got real problems in terms of the field he sets here, because he's got a cushion that's rapidly reducing in front of him, and yet he's got to try and take wickets. He's setting a pretty orthodox field at the moment, and these two are playing pretty orthodox shots to keep the ball ticking over. Price around the wicket. Is it an appeal for an LBW and given? Yates goes. Ollie Price does get a wicket. 152 for 1. Yates' LBW to Price bowling round the wicket. Jack Santry didn't hesitate here. I think his front foot was forward, but not very far. And Yates will get a good round of applause, because he's basically put Warwickshire into a position where they really shouldn't be losing this. They should be winning it at a canter. And Yates goes for 87 from 65 balls. And I would think it will be Will Rhodes. It will. Skipper Rhodes to come out at number 3.
Well,
is there any chance, I wonder, of any kind of a clatter of wickets here?
They certainly need them.
It needs to be
3 or 4.
Oh, it needs to be another 3 or 4, really, yes. Because the overs are so little of a problem. In fact, Jack Taylor's just limbering up, so I wonder if he might be thinking of having a bowl himself with these leg breaks. Rhodes is also a left-hander, of course, so we've still got the right and left-hand combination out there.
Good player, this lad, though.
Ollie Price to bowl to him. Worked into the leg side. Good diving stop from Tom Smith. Price has come on, and 2 overs 1 for 8 he's bowled, and that's as tidy as anybody who's gone before him. In fact, it's much tidier than most. Now, is Jack Taylor going to think about him bowling himself, I wonder here? The skipper, having a chat with Marcus Harris.
Yeah, I think he is.
And he is, with his leg breaks from the College Chapel end, so bowled a little bit in the tournament last year, but never very much in any one game. But he might think here he's got to offer something different. 113 required by Warwickshire. They've got 28 overs to get them, so as near as makes no odds, it's 4 and over to win the game. And even 4 and over with 5 wickets down, you'd still say it was probably in the batting side's favour. 4 and over with 1 wicket down. You try and find a turf accountant to give you odds on.
Taylor in, Sibley crunches him off the back foot, and they come back for a second. That's good running from Dominic Sibley.
Warwickshire did well in the field, didn't they, to cut some of those twos down to singles.
Yeah, and they've run very well between the wickets.
When Gloucestershire batted, they were really sharp in the field.
Jack Taylor into the wicket. Sibley plays him into the offside. Zafar Gahar tumbling away in the covers. Can't prevent the single. 155 for one. Will Rhodes is going to skipper to skipper. Going to face Jack Taylor.
This competition, of course, takes place really over about 3 weeks, the group stages, so matches come really quite quickly. Next game Sunday at home to Somerset.
Taylor in. Rhodes goes onto the back foot, defends.
Somerset not playing today. They've got another National Counties game, I think, today.
Just played out to Harris, the mid-off. Taylor in. Rhodes just turns his wrists on that one. Can he find Zafar Gahar?
He's having a look because he's got plenty of time to have a look.
Yeah.
At the moment.
One round the corner there from Rhodes. That completes the over.
Tidy enough from Jack Taylor.
Yeah.
Just the 3 off the over. Some drizzle falling on Cleve Hill. What do you think, Dan? It's a little bit misty up there, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look a little bit misty.
It's been a muggy old day in Cheltenham.
Yeah, I'll be sorry to say goodbye to Cheltenham, though. I've enjoyed my time here and we'll be leaving the Spiders to their...
Here's Ollie Price from the College Lawn end. I mean, for people who live up in this part of the county, and who may have all their county cricket for the summer at Cheltenham, you know, you come past the ground maybe 2 weeks before, and you drive past the college in February, and you think, well, you know, they're probably rolling the wicket on a dry day, and then you drive past the ground in the middle of May, and you think, oh, not long before we're back, and 2 weeks before you start seeing some of the infrastructure being put up, and suddenly it's gone in the blink of an eye. You've got to wait another year. And as I would say, I was stopped by one spectator at lunchtime who said, you know, we can't. It was the effect of, we must keep this.
We must keep this.
Ollie Price round the wicket, turned away by Rhodes for a single. Even if it is red ball cricket only, and I think most people in the north of the county would say, if that's how it has to be to make it fit and still get 2 championship games in, then we'll accept that. Price in, just nudged around the corner by Sibley once more. They might take 2, but they're not going to, just take the risk of 1. And actually, given that, I think I'm right in saying that of the last 8 championship games here, 7 of them have gone to the last session on the last day. You can see why people like to come to red ball cricket here.
Yeah, it's not only that though, it's the history, it's the heritage, the prestige here, and it's fantastic to see.
Forward by Rhodes.
Well, match referee Jason Swift just walked into our tent.
Normally he would be upstairs on the balcony, so Price in, Rhodes drives, partially stopped, but they are going to take a single. That didn't look like it was on when Chris Dent went down for a diving stop there, but Ollie Price just conceding singles in that over. He's bowled 3 overs for 12, and he's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far. But Warwickshire almost within 100 of winning this game at halfway, so it looks like an absolute breeze for them.
Jack Taylor. There's Rhodes, hits that one out to mid-on, and they take a single.
You don't tend to get this kind of a game in a T20. Dan, do you? We'll come back to that. Where one side, and it wasn't evident at halfway, but one side has really bossed this chase from about 10 overs in.
Taylor, dot ball.
And they weren't that far ahead at 10 overs, but overs 10 to 20. That's when they've really taken a grip on this.
Taylor into Sibley. Plays that one a little bit squarer where the gap is. And gets a single.
I suppose what we might find in this tournament, and Warwickshire didn't show it today, is that some teams will have good opening attacks, but the backup bowling may not be as threatening, and sometimes we'll climb into that.
Yeah.
If they need to.
Rose just ambles through for a single. Freudian slip there.
Josh Shaw's warming up. I mean, so Glamorgan winning at Derby in 21 overs today. Only chasing a small total, but that game has been over in almost the duration of one innings. Derbyshire bowled out in 30 overs, and Glamorgan winning it in 21, which is a very short game compared to what you'd normally expect.
Well, that's halfway, and the visitors need 103 to win.
4.1 and over is a doddle from here.
A breeze.
Someone needs to take a hat trick here. That would kind of make it a bit interesting.
Where's Mike Proctor when you need him?
Yeah, great to have Mike with us during the
he's been
Hampshire
here.
match.
We've met a lot of people, haven't we, Ian, over the last Cheltenham Festival?
That's how it is here.
Yeah,
as a rule.
Yeah,
that's how outground cricket is. And I think yes, you like your Edgbastons, but you like the outground stuff as well.
Oh yeah.
So Josh Shaw is back, replacing Ollie Price. Worked again by Rhodes, this time off his pads out to Ben Wells.
Yeah, I'm saying Edgbaston's probably my favourite test venue.
Ollie Price 3 overs 1 for 12.
Well, I like all sorts of grounds on all different days, you know. Big fan of, I like Worcester. Worcester's a nice place.
Yeah. I must confess, I quite like the smaller venues. So I like Hove.
I like Canterbury.
Yes, Canterbury too. I think if Canterbury wasn't so far away, you might get.
Yeah, I like Canterbury, and they're a knowledgeable crowd down there as well. They know their stuff, and they're all happy to talk cricket with you on the bank there, you know, on the opposite side of the flats. And
my favourite test. I mean, I've only seen. It's terrible to say this. I've only seen one day's Test cricket at Lord's live. The Spider has got Dom Sibley.
One of the famous Cheltenham Spiders that have been visiting us and all our equipment in the last couple of weeks.
But I've seen rather more cricket at Test cricket at Trent Bridge, which again, again that's quite small as a Test venue, playing area-wise. You feel as if you're quite close to everything.
Yeah. I've never been to Old Trafford. Never been to Old Trafford.
I have been to Old Trafford, but it's a long time ago and long before the square was turned round. Sure. in and just nudged by Sibley to mid-wicket. No run. Warwickshire 102 short of victory. 25 overs to get them in. The DLS score at this stage would be 99 with 1 wicket down. They're on 163. I think we can say they're quite a way in front.
Yeah.
Slip in for short. Steered though past the slip by Sibley.
I think Jared Warner's rather unlucky not to have a little run out today. I thought he bowled very well on Sunday. Looked got that little bit of extra pace, that little bit of extra nip. He bowled very well for Gloucestershire at Sussex, didn't he?
Last year he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a tight old game. So Gloucestershire won that. How they won that was a real squeeze. They shouldn't have won it really, by all the logic.
Yeah, I think he's got something to work with, Jared Warner. I think he offers something a little bit different. I think he can consider himself a little bit unlucky not to be selected.
I don't know whether he has maybe the variation of pace that one or two of the others do. Shaw into bowl to Rhodes, who pulls that to mid-wicket, and there will be a chase, but it will be one in vain for Ben Wells. It's gone just into the stand to our left of our little commentary marquee. There we are in the white marquee. That's ball has gone past us and over the rope for 4. Rhodes goes to 9. Members stand predictably full today. Sanford Road stand 2, not a spare seat to be seen there. Shaw again, Rhodes again, off his hip out to Wells. They haven't played in the V much, Warwickshire, have they?
No.
And that suggests that the line hasn't been right, doesn't it?
But someone like Sibley, he's unorthodox, isn't he? And he hits the ball into areas where you know he's going to hit them into those areas. But he still scores runs, doesn't he? He still scores runs, and I think he just moves further and further across. Steve Smith's another one who's, I'm not sort of comparing Dominic Sibley and Steve Smith as players, but Steve Smith is another one where he goes right across his stumps and you think, God, he's going to miss that in a minute. He's going to be LBW, and he never does. But I think with Sibley's technique, it takes you so far in the game, but at the very higher echelons of the game, I think you're found wanting with that technique.
Well, Jack Taylor's going to keep going. Zappa's just taken his glasses from the umpire, so that suggests he's not going to bowl again anytime soon. It's a full toss.
Full bunger, which is dispatched by Rhodes.
You do get that with the leg spinner sometimes.
Josh Shaw trying to G up the troops. Taylor. And that's all nearly caught there. Nothing quite going Gloucestershire's way though. Chris Dent, one of the best fielders around, and another 6 inches to the right or whatever, and Dent would have gobbled that up. It just evades his hand.
Forgive me, I should perhaps know this, but net run rate might be a factor come the end of the tournament. Warwickshire have got a big chance here to get a huge advantage, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have. That's a dot ball. Rhodes just turns his wrists on that one, just plays it into the onside, no run. A little bit short, goes out to mid-off.
You know, they could be winning this in 40 overs rather than 50 at this rate.
Being generous there, eh? One out to long on. 178 for one. Being generous there to Gloucestershire. I think it could be about 37 if we're not careful.
Well, Jack Taylor's got innumerable problems from a cricketer point of view here. He's got an attack which doesn't seem threatening to this Warwickshire batting lineup. Though we were saying that we weren't sure what there was below Pandya at 6. Maybe we might bat at 5, Pandya. Well, he might get a bat at this rate. Rhodes has 19, and Shaw to continue to bowl to him.
They'd have played together at Yorkshire, those two.
Just from a results point of view, that would mean it would be 3 defeats at the festival this year for Gloucestershire if they lose this. 3 competitive defeats, if I can call it that.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's
Rhodes.
in a way, if Gloucestershire lose this game, and it looks like they're going to, in a way it's possibly the most disappointing defeat of what has been a miserable season, because this was the last semblance of hope, wasn't it, in the season?
Yes. Now there are 8 matches. You know.
Yeah, there are.
But it is.
But to get, to lose by what is 9 wickets at the moment, might be 8, might be 7.
Shaw in. Steered out by Rhodes into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I think the fans would feel there was a degree of hope in this competition, and to take what is generally a battering in the first game is a disappointment.
And on a ground where they've done reasonably well in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Just puts the pressure on for later. Shaw in, again out to Wells, and maybe is it just a magnification of how the season has gone? Might come back to that in a minute. Paul Ward joins us from Chicago. He says, "I'm a lifelong Bears fan. I'm loving the feed." I'll bet you are, Paul. Your team absolutely coasting at the moment, and that's probably 6 more. That's a big hit. Josh Shaw's dropped that one short, and Will Rhodes has picked that up and knocked that way into the gymnasium on the member side of the ground. We saw Ollie Meadows do that on Sunday for Wiltshire. And Peter says, earlier you speculated on whether Warwickshire shirts would be in demand in Birmingham or Dudley markets. Well, not Dudley, which was historically part of Worcestershire, unlike most of the Black Country, which was in Staffordshire. Padsy, a nice sound off that bat from Rhodes. He's getting that in the middle, and he's going to chase 2 here, and he's going to get it. Peter says, during the commentary, the ground is lovely. It took a long time this. I kept putting a U in Glos. Gloucs, he said.
There is a U in Dudley, Peter, so we can see why you've made that mistake.
Peter Shirley, as opposed to Peter from Shirley. 186 for 1.
Change of bowling from the chaplain, Tom Smith.
Well, all Jack Taylor can really do here is rotate a bit. I don't think he's going back to Van Meekeren anytime soon.
No, so Tom Smith's going to go from the chapel end. I remember seeing stars in their eyes. It's not often that I watch such Saturday night trivial television. I remember seeing stars in their eyes. There was a Michael Bublé tribute act. One more to Sibley from some guy from, I think he was from Wolverhampton. And I remember reading a review of the show next day in the paper asking, would that make him Michael Doodley?
Other tribute bands are available.
Other tribute bands are available, yeah. Smith from the Chapel End. And that's driven. Rhodes going to get 2. And takes it.
Even dot balls are a challenge for Gloucestershire at the moment, aren't they?
I think just worked into the onside by Rhodes. I think
Dale Benkenstein said, I think it might have been after the Hampshire match, not the Northants game. We've had 2 main issues this season. The bowling is not penetrative enough and the batting's too inconsistent. And in a sense, certainly one of those has been shown up here. And to some degree, the batting was a little bit of the mirror of the season where, 5 people got starts and only 2 really got in.
Yeah. One more to Sibley then. Peter, I think I actually said that last Ian whether Warwickshire shirts would be in demand. That's well bowled. Be in demand in retail outlets in the Bull Ring. I think it was, wasn't it? I think
there'll be a tape somewhere.
Ian's not a fan. He's not a fan.
It's not the most exciting kit. Let's say that. I know you know we do think of the Middlesex pink as being a bit twee.
Yeah.
But you can't say it doesn't have it has a certain style about it.
Yeah. I don't think the residents of Smethwick will be wearing theirs out on a Friday night to the nightclubs there or Solihull.
Something a bit different. If you have it's the blue and the black. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's dark and dark, isn't it?
Change of bowling from the College Lawn End, Tom Price.
So Tom Price to replace Josh Shaw. 6 overs for 35. Shaw's bowled. Price has only bowled 4. Gloucestershire review 7 bowlers, and Ollie Price 3 overs 1 for 12 is the only wicket taker. So Tom Price from the College Lawn End. So right to left from our commentary position. Sibley once again. Using the leg side almost as his dominant area to score, but that's not just today. He's basically making a career out of that. And if you do it effectively, then you score the volume of runs that he generally does. Tom Price in again to Rhodes. Cry of no, is it?
Yeah.
Is that to Shaw at extra cover?
You've hit the nail on the head. Yes, he is a leg side Larry, but he's got such a good eye, Sibley, that he gets himself into positions to play it through there. And
we saw a couple of innings during the Northants game, one of which was played by Luke Proctor, who bats at 4 for Northants, and he's a very similar player.
Yeah.
Tom Price into Rhodes. Proctor's a left-hander, but the principle is the same. You just, you work in, you call him, it's wrong to call him ugly as a batsman, but he's just a very effective, functional player, and Sibley is by and large the same. Would Dom Sibley generally empty a bar for people to watch him bat? Not all the time. On the bounce from Rhodes, past the man at extra cover, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Every shot is finding the gap at the moment from this Warwickshire second wicket pair.
I'm not sure our PA Ben Feasy would have leave the bar to watch Gower bat. He just wouldn't leave the bar.
Benefit's happy hour.
Much more Jack Taylor can do here. Warwickshire down to only
Paul Ward, who just emailed us.
69 required. 669 required.
Paul Ward emailing us from Chicago. It's a long way, isn't it? Loving it.
I'd say Warwickshire supporters, I'm absolutely sure that you are enjoying this. Price in, and again finds the gap once more past Shaw. 4 more to Rhodes, who's just picked off Tom Price there, and Warwickshire 200 up in 30 overs.
Yeah.
200 for 1 nay. And Gloucestershire were 158 for 5.
Well,
two very different looking cards here.
Paul Ward might be emailing from Chicago, but I think the Gloucestershire fans will be listening to Chicago because they'll be needing something like "You're My Inspiration" here.
And these results are a hard habit to break, is that right, Dan?
Oh, Ian Randall.
Sorry.
That's a dot ball. So I said, I expect this sort of rubbish from me, but you're a seasoned professional. 25 years at the BBC under your belt, Ian. Smith in, and that goes over the top, and Dent can't quite get there. And they get through 2 runs. Yeah, I think sort of,
50 partnership, 52 balls these two.
Yeah.
And Rhodes has been the dominant factor in it. Sibley has been arguably the anchor, if I can call it that.
Nothing's going Gloucestershire's way. That's an outside edge. Smith beats Sibley there, and he gets one. But again, he's earned the right to get away with that bit of luck because he's spread the field and there's no slip in place. We said it earlier about Dent, didn't we?
Chris dragged one on today when he appeared to be getting in and getting going.
Yeah. Smith, Sibley goes on the dance floor down the wicket.
.59 needed. Sibley needs 24 for 100. Not impossible.
Smith, Sibley crashes that one through the offside with such ferocity that it beats Tom Price out on the cover boundary out there. He wasn't that far away from him, but he's crunched it so hard. It's probably only went about 8 or 9 yards away from Tom Price. Sibley moves into the 80s. Dot ball. End of the over. 2-10 for 1 off 31.
Even if it was a 40 over game,
You fancy their chances?
you probably would actually. 55 off 9, you'd say, well, they
a piece of cake.
They probably ought to win from there.
Yeah, with 9 wickets in hand.
But it's been an object lesson in how to bat in white ball cricket from these two today. So did see Warwickshire, by the way, we're offering under 16s free admission to all their Royal London home matches.
Yeah, fantastic.
At Edgbaston, so well done to them
Yeah,
for that.
fantastic. Great initiative.
Obviously, they've got Commonwealth Games cricket's being played at Edgbaston at the moment.
Yeah. See the snorting bull that they've been using as that? Have you not seen the? Did you not see the opening ceremony?
Tom Price in again, clipped cleanly by Rhodes out to deep square.
Do you not see the opening ceremony?
I didn't see the opening ceremony.
Yeah, they've got this bull with sort of smoke coming out of its nose, and it's going to be the sort of the focal point of the games. I think Katrina Johnson-Thompson's going this afternoon, isn't she? It's great to see Birmingham get the Commonwealth Games, though.
Tom Price, can he get something in the wickets column before this game is up? Gloucestershire will have to have a little bit of a think about the team for the weekend. I suspect I'd be surprised if the two spinners didn't play again. The question is, how do you put the three bowlers into that team, and do you change the batting in any way? Is there room for a Charlesworth? Well, it's hard to know, because as I say, you don't want to leave yourself with only 5 bowlers. In Gloucestershire have used 7 today. Obviously you can play 2 overseas, you don't have to. Marcus Harris's form has been poor of late.
Yeah, and I'm not sure you need to go with 3 spinners. Or 4 spinners.
Well, obviously Taylor's captain the team, so
yeah.
If you take Ollie Price out, you weaken the batting though.
Yeah.
Unless
so if you go with,
well, you could put George Scott in there, but
yeah.
Ollie got runs today. Imagine, I mean, he would probably argue I got 36 to the bat and I took a wicket. Well,
yeah,
that's not terrible.
No, it's probably better than most other people have done in the game.
You know, James Bracey, I'm sure, having been named vice captain, looks like he's going to play most of the games.
Yeah.
So it isn't a question of resting him and giving Wells the gloves. There's a lot for the coaching panel to look at, I would say.
I think there's a hell of a lot. I think there's a hell of a lot for them to look at over the winter as well, because Gloucestershire fans deserve a better season than they've had this year. And I know it's a transitional period, and I know that this isn't the side of Dale and Steve Snell together, because it wasn't their recruitment. But it's been a miserable season for Gloucestershire fans.
Yeah, and it's that curious position that some players will not know the level of team they're going into for next year. At the moment, they might decide they want to sit and wait. Tom Smith from the Chapel end. I mean, some clubs whose position is a little clearer have made their moves already.
We've had an email from Jonah. As that's defended by Sibley. Jonah's greetings from Sweden. Thoroughly enjoying. He's a Bears fan in Sweden. Hello, Jonah. There's Tom Smith. Bowls one, and Sibley gets down the wicket, pumps him out to mid-off. and gets a single.
Well, Warwickshire's batting has looked strong today. Now,
Yeah, it does. Looks very good.
the question is, have they been made to look strong because Gloucestershire have bowled poorly, or is it genuinely as strong as it appears? It's possibly a bit of both.
Oh, hits him on the pad. Rhodes goes reverse sweeping. Nothing doing though from Paul Pollard.
Jared Warner and Ben Charlesworth on 12th men duty today.
Smith into the wicket, over the wicket, and that is reverse swept. Ben Wells coming out in front of us. Does well there. Throws the ball in. Bobbles in front of Bracey. 2:14 for one. There's a lot of Warwickshire fans around the world. Don't tend to stay around in Birmingham for long, do they?
I mean, the one thing you would say, I'll come back to that after this ball.
Smith around the wicket. Sibley plays that nicely through the covers, going to pick up 2.
Sometimes it's not about the losing, it's about how.
Yeah, I agree.
And to some degree, I think there was a lot of feeling of kind of shrugging of shoulders after that Northants game, where you work hard to actually set a chase up, they go for it and get there.
Yeah, Smith as that smashed out to Ben Wells at deep square.
And that felt very different to this.
Yeah, this is abject. This is, it's
Gloucestershire, in a 2-horse race, Gloucestershire have been, they've the opposition of basically, when you go out on the second circuit, the opposition are well in front, and unless they fall badly, then you're not catching them.
Gloucestershire have been lapped.
Nearly, yeah, nearly. They'd have done it in 25 overs if they were to lap, wouldn't they? So
they're relying on mechanical failure from the Warwickshire.
Yeah, you're kind of Warwickshire are getting to the tape, and Gloucestershire are just entering the home straight. That's kind of how it feels. To go back to the 400-metre situation.
Ben Charlesworth there, just in front of us.
I think somebody asked him whether he was fit to play today, and I think his answer was, I was. So,
yeah, I was surprised to see him.
Dabbed off Tom Price down to third man. No for the second run. Van Meekeren gets his throw in. He's been a disappointment today. Would have hoped for a bit more, I think. 4 overs, 4 expensive overs at the top. It can happen.
Yeah, he'll bounce back. I was surprised to see Ben Charlesworth not in the 11. I thought he did enough on Sunday.
Tom Price in once more, and does that nick to Bracey? It is. He's taken it. Rhodes goes for 40. That's a good catch.
That's an excellent catch.
And a second wicket, this time for Tom Price. And here's a second look at this. It's a low chance. And Bracey's grabbed that one-handed. Rhodes goes for 40. It's not going to make a material difference to the outcome. But as a wicket for Tom Price, and watch a 218 for 2.
Yeah, good innings that from Will Rhodes, bright and breezy. And we're going to see Michael Burgess, who's had a wonderful season, come to the crease.
Somebody else who got 100 in the national counties games at the weekend. He got a century in the match against Cheshire, which Warwickshire won. And he's come into a very, very comfortable situation here.
Sometimes in these sort of situations, though, you're hiding to nothing, aren't you? And it's not as easy sometimes as it looks.
All he's got to do is just rotate the strike with Sibley, and I mean, he won't be thinking like this, but there ought to be a 20 not out for him here, oughtn't there?
Yeah.
If he's sensible about it. Bearing in mind, he'll have watched most of the play either with the naked eye or on a laptop, and he'll have worked out what is necessary. But good take from Bracey. Tom Price in his 7th over. That's down the leg side. That will be a wide.
Yeah, Burgess from Surrey originally. I've got a feeling he might be from Cheam Cricket Club. Maybe Reigate Priory, that sort of area.
Where Tony Hancock played, wasn't it?
Yeah, East Cheam.
Was it?
East Cheam.
East Cheam, yeah. Yeah.
You're too young to remember that.
Yeah, a bit before my time.
Steered out by Burgess. Was that a no ball? It was a no ball. So the score advances further. We've only had one other no ball in this innings. I did suggest to somebody that if in red ball cricket a no ball was a free hit, that would soon stop bowlers bowling a no ball, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, both these batsmen born in Epsom at the crease.
2-2-2 for 2. Not for very long. That's gone into the crowd by the Petitians marquee. I hope those ladies and gentlemen there were watching that ball. That was flying low and flat. Michael Burgess deciding that had to go.
Sibley, one of those from Whitgift School, where Ryan Patel's come through. Danny Cipriani, who applied his trade down the road from here at Cheltenham for a little while.
My apologies to Tom Sibley. That was his big shot over mid wicket. Really picked that up cleanly, didn't he?
Yeah. Jason Roy, I think's Whitgift, wasn't he? He's come through Whitgift School.
So Sibley, as we said at the start, only one previous List A 100. In fact, only one previous score over 50 in List A cricket. So, on the cusp here of... From his point of view, got a personal milestone. Cry of yes for the single.
That was close.
Jack Taylor didn't hit at the bowler's end. Had he done so, might have been a challenge. Jack Shantry hands Tom Price his hat. 7 overs for 46.
36 to win.
Yes. Amongst the bowling figures, Tom Price much more expensive than you would normally expect. But it's Van Meekeren's figures that really stand out. And that gave Warwickshire just the express start they needed.
Zafar Gahar's going to have one final twirl to see if he can weave some magic. See if he can give this scorecard semblance of respectability. Here he comes, and Sibley gets an outside edge onto that one.
What do we say at the interval break? Crowd would see 500 runs today if it was a close finish. Well, they're going to see 500 runs, but it isn't going to be close.
Sibley playing that one off the pad. Going to be a leg by.
I think Gloucestershire would probably think about... I'm not sure what the position is about available wickets in Bristol, but it might be a used wicket in Bristol for Sunday.
Zafar into Burgess.
I mean, this is obviously a fresh pitch today, which is unusual for a county game at this time of the season. So if it is a used wicket in Bristol, you would have thought the spinners would be very much to the fore against Somerset.
Yeah. Local derby against Somerset.
Who, just for reference, do lose Van der Merwe.
Yeah, Somerset having
and
come
Leach
to Bristol twice this year and won.
So they lose 8. Abel, Banton, Gregory, Lammonby, Leach, Craig Overton, Smead and Van der Merwe.
Defended by Burgess. Yeah, I think it should be a decent crowd Sunday. Depends how many people are going to church or not.
Well, I am going to church.
You're going to church?
I'm going to a wedding.
Yeah. So that's played out into the offside by Burgess. He's going to get a couple. Yeah, so Ian Randall's off to, as we say in North London, off to an Otis. Two, 3, 4 for 2. 31 to win. The end is nigh. And Jack Taylor's going to have a go from the College Lawn end.
It's felt as if whatever Jack Taylor has tried today, with the bowlers he's got available, nothing much has changed.
No, I don't blame Jack Taylor at all. He's tried everything he possibly can.
Does he have the armoury? That's the question.
That is the question. That is the question. And it's also the question, you know, with Graham Van Buren as well. Graham Van Buren, has he got the armoury up his sleeve?
Taylor in from the College Lawn end. And that will be 4 more. Punched away by Sibley. Takes him to 98. Almost on the full pitch that. Didn't overhit it, just placed it. And he's, well, one little dab through the leg side from getting to 3 figures. 98 off 102. 10 fours and that one big 6 into the old Petesians marquee. We'll get them in singles here, so we just nudge the 1.
But the other thing is Gloucestershire can perform when the game has gone in a lot of the games this season, don't they? They perform when the game is gone, and it's whether they can perform under pressure.
Well, there'll be
or even Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah. Taylor in. Cried no from Michael Burgess. Well, we're going to have a full contest here on the last day of the Cheltenham Festival, in the sense that no rain interruption. Day has been, pleasant for watching, but for a Gloucestershire supporter, it's been kind of and repeat.
Ad nauseum.
So I don't think there's any question about lack of effort. The question is about the ability to do the 2 main things in the game: score enough runs, and then and particularly bowl the other side out, or threaten to do that. Taylor in, cut away by Burgess. He's going to get 1 out to Ben Wells. I wonder what they thought a competitive score would be on this pitch. Well, they said, well, no, we had to get 350. It didn't look a 350 kind of wicket, did it?
No, it didn't. It didn't. I thought Gloucestershire might have enough at the break. I really did. I know people around me didn't, and they're better judges of the game of cricket than me, perhaps, but I thought they might have enough.
Perhaps there was a
Zafar,
bit more life in the pitch.
appeal there. Burgess goes sweeping, but I think that if you have a bad start in this game, you're always trying to claw it back, aren't you? And
Gloucestershire start wasn't terrible, but they were 5 down at 30 overs.
no, I'm talking about with the ball.
I see.
Gloucester's start with the ball was terrible. Yeah.
69 for no wicket off 10, and they looked well in that stage.
That's going to be probably a 2 down there. No, just the 1. Sibley doesn't want to get run out on 99.
Looking around the field, unsurprisingly.
And there he is, his favourite position. And he gets one.
That's
And
100 for John Sibley.
that's 100 off 104 balls
104
in 2 hours, 15 minutes, 11 fours, 1 6. And it's a very good knock. And the travelling Bears have come down the M5. Give him a warm round of applause. Let's do the home fans here as well. And well deserved. Bathe in the glory, Dominic Sibley, because this innings has more or less secured your side this game.
Yeah, he's had good support at the other end as well, to be fair.
Yeah, Zafar hard plays that out to long off. Thought Yates's knock of 87 was absolutely superb.
Yeah,
Really was.
By some distance, the biggest stand in the match.
Yeah.
52 for the first wicket.
Zafar. That's played out to the covers.
In fact, even the second wicket stand of 66 was higher than anything that Gloucestershire could muster.
Yeah.
So, it's been a bit of a battering.
There's the card. Yates, LBW, Ollie Price, 87, Sibley, 101 not out. Will Rhodes was caught for 40. Fine catch by James Bracey off the bowling of Tom Price. And Burgess, who's only come to the crease recently, is 7 not out.
I mean, if this had been Warwickshire batting first, you sense they might have had another gear here as well.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing. Jack Taylor can continue. You know, if they had 13 overs to go and they were 245 for 2, you'd be saying, wow,
Yeah.
350, 380. Taylor in, swept, not really timed by Sibley, but he's still going to get 4 for it. Didn't really look as if he got hold of that. He's pulled it round and it's gone to the rope on the Sanford Road side of the ground. 15 to win. Sibley's trying to finish this quickly. It's a good stop. Was it gone? Has that gone for 4 as well? Yes, it has. Has it gone for 4? Yes, it has. So he's might be Van Meekeren, I think, out on the boundary down there at deep square, and Chris Dent's in front of square, and they've crashed that. Warwickshire getting there in a hurry here. Burgess has 15. 1 run, he says. Well, to be fair, even though the result has been kind of inevitable for a while, I think virtually everybody has stayed.
Oh,
That's a lovely shot.
oh.
Great use of the feet by Sibley away through wide long on, and
That was lovely.
Jack Taylor's been taken to the sword a bit in that over. And Paul van Meekeren's got the unenviable task of bowling now, with Warwickshire needing only 6 to win.
Yeah.
Change of bowling from the
I
champion.
wonder if Burgess wants to finish this in the grand manner. You wouldn't put it past him, would you?
No, it wouldn't put you, if Van Meekeren drops these short, wouldn't surprise me if it ends up coming in this direction.
Those in the members might just have to watch carefully here.
Here's Van Meekeren. That's short, and that's a wide. So 5 to win. Van Meekeren none for 50 or 4.
This is the 39th of a possible 50 overs. And Warwickshire have made pretty swift work of this. What looked to be a decent enough score. 264.
Cut to Chris Dent, no run. Burgess on 16.
Yeah, well, perhaps Warwickshire might be a reasonable bet to get out of this group on this evidence.
Well,
You know, we've got to finish in the first 3 to qualify for the knockout stages.
yeah.
But across 8 games, then quite a bit can happen yet.
Van Meekeren. Yeah, that's cut. And this is a little bit of a procession now, isn't it?
Scores level. Van Meekeren has not had a good day at the office today. That's wide too. So we're almost it. We're almost there. The Cheltenham Festival. I only have 1 ball left. 2022. Will we see a white ball game here next year?
And Meekeren in. That's a Yorker. Burgess digs out.
We hope we'll see red ball cricket here. We hope we'll see 2 red ball games here. But that, as yet, completely in the lap of the CEOs and the ECB.
Certainly is. Certainly is. Van Meekeren approaching the crease as that completes what is a more than comfortable 8-wicket win for Warwickshire of 38.4 overs. Done it with over 11 overs to spare, and it's just been an absolute procession. It's been underpinned by an excellent 106 from Dominic Sibley off 107 balls, and he was aided and abetted by Rob Yates, who played a particularly pleasant 87. But this, Ian Randall, is a rather chastening defeat for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, that's a good word to use. That, you know, after the disappointment of the 2 championship defeats, which basically just continued what has been a sorry 4-day season, new opportunity, different competition, but I'm afraid kind of the same problems still persist. 264 didn't look a bad total. Ben Wells, though, batted through most of the innings for his 76. Zafar some late hitting for 62, but it was a tale elsewhere of starts and not going on to make meaningful contributions. Warwickshire shared the wickets, and none of their bowlers, interestingly, were really taken to the cleaners by the Gloucestershire batsmen. They were bowled out 1 over and 1 ball shy of their 50 overs for 264. Warm applause around the ground, particularly for Dom Sibley, who finishes 106 not out, but Warwickshire made pretty short work of that total. They got a fast start, 69 for no wicket in the first power play, and Yates and Sibley put on 152 in under 22 overs, and really by the time that they were split by Ollie Price, the game was really heading only in one direction. The bowling figures for Gloucestershire: the wicket takers, Tom Price 7 overs 1 for 46, Ollie Price 3 overs for 12, Tom Smith more expensive than he would normally be, Paul Van Meekeren 4 overs and 4 balls for 55. I'm sorry, if he loses his place for this game, after this game for the Somerset match, I don't really think he can have any complaints. You know, well played Warwickshire. They may be a team who, in this group, may be one of the teams to beat. But Gloucestershire have got to improve, and improve quickly.
Yeah, because there's local pride at stake on Sunday as well. So we're going to be going back to Bristol and looking forward to that fixture against Somerset, where West Country pride's at stake. But in the meantime, thank you, Cheltenham. It's been wonderful having us. It's been an absolutely magnificent festival, and I can't wait to come back here.
I think quite a few people may be hanging around for a while, as they often do on the last day of the festival, because they know they may see people here who they don't see again until July next year.
Yeah,
because that's the kind of place it is. There's the scene, very familiar, of course, the college balcony and the turret clock that says 10 minutes past 5 on this Tuesday afternoon at the end of Cheltenham 2022. Thanks to everybody who's been part of our production effort here. The camera guys behind the bowler's arm, James Healy and Cam Hasty, who do all the work to bring you the pictures. And hope you've enjoyed our coverage from here. Dan will lead our commentary on Sunday back at the Sea Unique Stadium for the match with Somerset, and I'll be with Dan for the Notts game on the 10th. But Gloucestershire have got a bit of work to do, let's say, in this Royal London Cup on the evidence of what we've seen today. Warwickshire have won by 8 wickets. Thanks for your company today. Thanks for your emails and your contributions as ever. Do join Dan and the team on Sunday at 5 to 11. But from Cheltenham, at the end of the festival 2022, goodbye.